initiate others is Acharya Abhishekam. Initiation, authorizing you to transmit enlightenment to your disciples and in turn authorizing them to initiate others, is Paramacharya Abhisheka. Paramashiva showered everything on me: power, capacity and initiation, just by making me born in Thiruvannamalai. In that ecosystem, he brought everything and showered it on me. Lohini is messaging, Swamiji, most of what you are sharing is going over my head, but I fully understand. I am totally blessed to be sitting at your feet. Lohini, you should listen to this session again and again. I'll ask them to replay. If you understand this session, you will be able to answer others' questions. Why Swamiji? Many people may say, yes, I accept Hinduism is great. I also want to practice Hinduism. But why Swamiji? Why Swamiji? That question, why Swamiji, will be answered with this one session.
நித்யானந்தம் பகவான் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் அருளாசியுடன் இன்று கைலாசா மதுரையிலிருந்து நேரலை காட்சியாக சித்திரை பெருவிழாவின் 7ஆம் திருநாளான இன்று அருள்மிகு மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்தில் நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கும் இந்த உற்சவத்தை நேரலையில் தரிசனம் செய்ய இருக்கின்றோம். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் 293வது குருமகா சன்னிதானம் கைலாசோன்னத ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞபீடத்தின் 293வது குருமகா சன்னிதானமாக 2012ஆம் ஆண்டு முடிசூட்டப்பட்டார்கள். கைலாசோன்னத ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞபீடம் அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்கள் நிஜ அவதாரம் தாங்கி 5000 வருடம் முன்பு இதே இந்த மதுரை மாநகரில் பாண்டிய நாட்டில் அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி புரிந்த அந்த தருணத்தில் அவர்கள் உருவாக்கியதே கைலாசோன்னத ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞபீடம். இன்று அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சியின் நிஜ அவதாரத்தின் வாரிசாக பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் தொடர்ந்து கைலாசோன்னத ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞபீடத்தின் 293வது குருமகா சன்னிதானமாக பொறுப்பேற்று தொடர்ந்து இங்கு மதுரை மாநகர் வாழ் மக்கள் அனைவருக்கும் எல்லா விதமான சேவைகளையும் தொடர்ந்து செய்து வருகிறார்கள். இன்று அருள்மிகு மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்தின் உன்னதமான பிரம்மோற்சவம் சித்திரை பெருவிழாவில் 7ஆம் திருநாளான இன்று இந்த பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் இப்பொழுது நாம் நேரலை காட்சியை பார்க்க இருக்கின்றோம். இன்று பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் முதலாவதாக மகா கணபதி பரம்பொருள் நம் எல்லோருக்கும் இந்த பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் தரிசனம் தர இருக்கின்றார். நாம் எந்த சுப காரியங்களை நாம் துவங்கும் பொழுது மகா கணபதி பரம்பொருளுக்கு நாம் பூஜை செய்துவிட்டுத்தான் துவங்குவோம். நாம் செய்யும் காரியங்களில் எந்த விதமான தடைகள் இருப்பினும் அதை நீக்கக்கூடிய பகவான் மகா கணபதி பரம்பொருள், விக்னங்களை எல்லாம் அறுக்கக்கூடிய பகவான் மகா கணபதி. அவரை வேண்டி பிரார்த்தனை செய்துவிட்டுத்தான் நாம் எல்லா செயல்களையும் துவங்குவோம். அவ்வாறு இருக்க இன்றும் இந்த சித்திரை பெருவிழாவின் 7ஆம் திருநாளான இன்று முதலாவதாக மகா கணபதி பரம்பொருள் எழுந்தருளி தரிசனம் தர இருக்கின்றார். அவர்களுக்கும் நம்முடைய கைலாசா மதுரை ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞபீடத்தில் மண்டகப்படி அவர்களுக்கு அருளி முதல் அந்த பூஜையிலும் நிறைவேற இருக்கின்றது. இந்த பஞ்சமூர்த்திகளையும் வரவேற்க இந்த கைலாசா மதுரையில் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் சன்னியாச சீடர்கள் இங்கு காத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார். இந்த பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் இரண்டாவதாக சுப்பிரமணிய சுவாமி அவர்கள் இங்கு தரிசனம் பெற இருக்கின்றார். அடுத்ததாக ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் இன்று நந்திகேஸ்வரர் வாகனத்தில் எழுந்தருள் நம் எல்லோருக்கும் தரிசனம் தர இருக்கின்றார்கள். இந்த 7ஆம் திருநாளான சித்திரை பெருவிழாவில் நாம் இதன் தத்துவமும் பலனும் அறியும் பொழுது 7ஆம் திருவிழா 7 வகை பிறப்பு கலையாதிகள் 7 மாயாகுணம் 7 எனும் இவற்றை தவிர்த்தற் பொருட்டாகும். 7ஆம் நாள் காலையில் பிச்சாடன திருக்கோலத்தில் திருவிழா நடைபெறும். நாம் எல்லோரும் மதுரை கைலாசா மதுரையிலிருந்து இன்று காலை பிச்சாடன திருக்கோலத்தை நாம் தரிசனம் செய்திருக்கின்றோம். அதற்கு அடுத்தவாறு இந்த மாலை பொழுது பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் இப்பொழுது ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்கள் நந்திகேஸ்வர வாகனத்தில் எழுந்தருள இருக்கின்றார். அடுத்ததாக அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்கள் யாழி வாகனத்தில் எழுந்தருளும் அந்த காட்சியும் இப்பொழுது பார்க்க இருக்கின்றோம். பிச்சாடன திருக்கோலம் என்பது தாரிகாவன ரிஷிகளும் ரிஷி பத்னிகளும் ஆணவ மலத்தால் தாங்கள் சுதந்திரர்கள் என எண்ணி கடவுளை மறந்தனர். அவர்கள் பரதந்திரர்கள் என உணர்த்த பொருட்டு இறைவன் பிக்ஷாடன மூர்த்தியாக செல்ல ரிஷிபத்தினிகள் அவர் அழகில் ஈடுபட்டனர். விஷ்ணு மோகினியாக செல்ல அவ்வழகில் ரிஷிகள் ஈடுபட்டனர். இவ்விரண்டு செயல்களாலும் ரிஷிகளும் அவர் பத்தினிமார்களும் பரதந்திரர்களை என அவர்களை உணரச் செய்து பரமன் மறைந்த அருளினார். பராக்கிரம கோலமே இந்த பிச்சாடன கோலமாகும். 7ஆம் திருநாளான இன்று காலை பொழுதில் இந்த பிச்சாடன திருக்கோலத்தில் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ சுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்களின் தரிசனம் கண்டோம். இரவில் தற்பொழுது நாம் காத்துக் கொண்டிருப்பது 7ஆம் திருநாளின் இரவில் அதிகார நந்தியில் வாகனத்தில் எழுந்தருள் இருக்கின்றார். இவரில் விருத்திக்கிரம சங்கார கோலம் என்பவர். அதிகார நந்தி மான் மழு சதுர்புஜம் முக்கன் முதலிய குறிகளோடு சாரூபிய பதவியை பெற்றவர். இவர் விஞ்ஞான கலர் எனும் ஆன்மாக்களுள் சிறந்தவர் ஆவார். கையிலையில் சிவ சன்னிதானத்தில் அதிகாரம் செலுத்துபவர். அதனால் இவரே அதிகார நந்தி என பெயர் பெற்றார். கையிலையில் சென்று நாம் பெருமானை இறையனாரை தரிசிக்க நாம் முதலில் அதிகார நந்தி அவரிடம் நாம் அனுமதி பெற்ற பிறகே பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளை நாம் தரிசனம் செய்ய முடியும். அவ்வாறு நேரடி முதன்மை சீடரான நந்திகேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்களுடைய வாகனத்தில் இன்று ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்கள் 7ஆம் திருநாளான இன்று நம் எல்லோருக்கும் எழுந்தருளி காட்சி தர இருக்கின்றார். அருள்மிகு மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்தின் முதன்மையான பிரம்மோற்சவம் சித்திரை பெருவிழா ஆண்டுதோறும் கோலாகலமாக கொண்டாடப்பட்டு வருகின்றது. இந்த சித்திரை பெருவிழாவில் 7ஆம் திருநாளான இன்று இரவு பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் இப்பொழுது இணைந்திருக்கின்றோம். கைலா மதுரை ஷியாமலாபீத சர்வஜ்ஞபீடத்திலிருந்து நேரலை காட்சியாக இப்பொழுது பார்த்துக் கொண்டிருப்பது. இங்கு பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் முதலாவதாக மகா கணபதி பரம்பொருள் நம் எல்லோருக்கும் இருந்த இடம் தேடி வந்து தரிசனம் தரும் காட்சியை பார்க்கின்றோம். இங்கு அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களின் அருளாட்சி புரிந்த இடம். இங்கு மதுரை மாநகரில் நாம் எல்லோருக்கும் தரிசனம் பெற முதலாவதாக மகா கணபதி பரம்பொருள் அவர்களுக்கு கைலாசா மதுரை ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞபீடத்தில் அவருக்கு வணங்கி வரவேற்று அவர்களுக்கு பூஜைகள் செய்ய மண்டகப்படி அருள இங்கு பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் சீடர்கள் காத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றனர். முதலாவதாக இப்பொழுது மகா கணபதி பரம்பொருள் அவர்களுக்கு மலர் மாலைகளும் அணிவித்து வஸ்திரங்களும் சாற்றி நைவேத்தியங்கள் படைத்து பூஜைகள் செய்ய இருக்கின்றோம். இந்த அற்புதமான காட்சியை நாம் இங்கு நேரிலே தரிசனம் செய்கின்றோம். இரண்டாவதாக சுப்பிரமணிய சுவாமி அவர்களுக்கும் மலர் மாலைகள் அணிவித்து அவர்களுக்கும் இங்கு மண்டகப்படி அருளிய காட்சியை நாம் கண்டு மகிழ்ந்தோம். அடுத்ததாக ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்களின் வருகைக்காக ஆழமான பக்தியோடும் இந்த பிரார்த்தனை உணர்வோடும் இந்த கைலாசா மதுரையை அனைவரும் காத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் 2012 ஏப்ரல் மாதம் 27ஆம் தேதி அன்று இங்கு 1292வது குருமகா சன்னிதானம் அவர்களின் காட்சியாக பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களுக்கு 293வது குருமகா சன்னிதானமாக முடிசூட்டினார்கள். 292வது குருமகா சன்னிதானம் அவர்கள் பகவானை நேரில் கண்ட முதல் அனுபவமாகவே அவர் திருஞான சம்பந்த பெருமான் அவர்களினுடைய நேரடி வாரிசு என்பதை அனுபவமாக உணர்ந்ததை பொது வெளியில் அனைவருக்கும் அதை வெளிப்படுத்தினார்கள். எவ்வாறு பாண்டிய மன்னன் அவர்களுக்கு திருஞான சம்பந்த பெருமான் அவர்கள் நேற்று பதிகம் பாடி அவர்களுக்குள்ள நோயை குணப்படுத்தினாரோ, அதே போல இன்றும் அவரினுடைய வாரிசாக இங்கு திருஞான சம்பந்த பெருமானின் வாரிசாக பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் வந்திருக்கின்றார். அவர் இதேபோல் தொடுவதன் மூலமாகவும் தியான சிகிச்சையின் மூலமாகவே எல்லா விதமான நோய்களையும் குணப்படுத்தும் சக்தி இருக்கின்றார். இவரே திருஞான சம்பந்தரின் வாரிசு என்று போற்றி புகழ்ந்து அவருக்கு இங்கு ஞான சம்பந்த பெருமானவர்களின் வாரிசாக அவர்களின் 293வது குருமகா சன்னிதானம் என்று அவர்களுக்கு முடிசூட்டி அன்றிலிருந்து ஞான சம்பந்த பெருமான் அவர்கள் எவ்வாறு இங்கு மதுரையில் கைலாசonnada ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞ பீடத்தை மீண்டும் புனரமைப்பு செய்தாரோ, அதே போன்று 2012ஆம் ஆண்டு பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் இங்கு மதுரை ஆதீனத்தில் ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞ பீடத்தின் குருமகா சன்னிதானமாக பெற்று எல்லா விதமான சேவைகளையும் தொடர்ந்து செய்து வருகின்றார். கடந்த 12 வருடங்களாகவும் இங்கு மதுரையிலே 293வது குருமகா சன்னிதானமாக பொறுப்பேற்ற அந்த நாள் முதல் இன்றும் தொடர்ந்து இங்கு அருள்மிகு மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்திற்கு தரிசனம் செய்ய வருகின்ற பக்தர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் பகவான் அவர்கள் அருளாசி புரிந்து அவர்களுக்கு ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தையும் மற்றும் தியான வகுப்புகளும் மூலம் சிவ தீட்சையும் வழங்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். இந்த சேவையை இதுவரை கடந்த 30 வருடங்களாகவும் கைலாசாவின் மூலமாக பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் இதுவரை 100 கோடி அன்பர்களுக்கு மேல் இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தை வழங்கியிருக்கின்றார்கள். இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதானம் உணவே மருந்தே உணவாக கிடைக்கப்பெறுவதனால் இதை உட்கொள்ளும் பக்தர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் நிறைவான உடல் நலத்தோடு நீண்ட ஆரோக்கியமான வாழ்க்கை கிடைக்கப்பெறுகின்றார். இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தை பற்றி நம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் கூறும் பொழுது நம் எல்லோருக்கும் இங்கு இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தின் சிறப்பே பகவான் அவர்களினுடைய நேரடி அனுபவமாக நம்மிடம் பகிர்ந்தது. அண்ணாமலையாரின் பிரசாதத்தை அன்னை மீனாட்சி முந்தானியில் முடிந்து பகவான் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களுக்கு ஊட்டிவிட இந்த உணவை எல்லோருக்கும் கொடுக்கலாமா என்று சுவாமிஜி கேட்கும் பொழுது உலக உயிர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் கொடுக்க சொல்லி அன்னை மீனாட்சி கொடுத்த அந்த அருள் பிரசாதத்தை நம் எல்லோருக்கும் வழங்கிடவே பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் ஆரம்பித்ததே இந்த அன்னதான சேவை. உணவே மருந்தே உணவாக வழங்கப்படுவதனால் இது ஔஷத அன்னதானம் என்று அழைக்கப்படுகின்றது. தொடர்ந்து தனி பெரும் கடின உழைப்பின் மூலமாக பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் உலகம் முழுவதும் இருக்கின்ற கைலாசாவின் மூலமாக இதுவரை 100 கோடி அன்பர்களுக்கும் மேல் இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தை வழங்கியிருக்கின்றார். இது ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் கைலாசா மதுரை மற்றும் கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை உலகம் முழுவதும் இருக்கின்ற கைலாசாவின் மூலமாக 24 மணி நேரமும் இந்த ஔஷத அன்னதான சேவை நடைபெற்று வருகின்றது. தற்பொழுது சித்திரை பெருவிழாவின் 7ஆம் திருநாளான இன்று ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்கள் நந்திகேஸ்வர வாகனத்தில் எழுந்தருளி இங்கு நம் எல்லோருக்கும் தரிசனம் தருகின்றார். இந்த காட்சியை நாம் எல்லோரும் நேரலையில் தரிசிக்கின்றோம். நம் வேண்டும் வரங்களை எல்லாம் அளிக்கக்கூடிய ஆசுதோஷ ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் இங்கு 7ஆம் திருநாளான சித்திரை பெருவிழாவில் நந்திகேஸ்வர வாகனத்தில் எழுந்தருளும் காட்சி இங்கு கைலாசா மதுரையிலிருந்து அவரை வரவேற்று அவர்களுக்கு மண்டகப்படி பாரம்பரிய முறைப்படி பூஜைகளும் செய்து அவர்களுக்கு மலர் மாலைகள் சாற்றி வஸ்திரங்கள் அணிவித்து பூஜைகள் செய்ய இங்கு பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் சன்னியாசிகள் பகவான் அவர்களின் நேரடி தீட்சை பெற்ற சீடர்கள் இங்கு காத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அருள்மிகு மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்தின் முப்போதும் திருமேனி தீண்டுவார் என்ற குலத்தைச் சேர்ந்த சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் அவர்களுடைய ஆழமான பக்தியோடு அவர்கள் செய்யும் இந்த சேவை பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் பாராட்டி அவர்களுக்கு நன்றியும் செலுத்தி அவர்களுக்கு எப்பொழுதும் அந்த சேவையை பாராட்டுவதோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் அவர்களுக்கு அருளாசியும் வழங்கி அவர்களுக்கு அன்பு பரிசுகளையும் வழங்கியிருக்கின்றார். ஒவ்வொரு முறை இங்கு முப்போதும் திருமேனி தீண்டும் இந்த சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் அவர்களினுடைய சேவை நம் அனைவரும் பாராட்ட வேண்டியவை. அவர்களுக்கு நன்றியை தெரிவிக்கும் விதமாக ஒவ்வொரு உற்சவ காலங்களிலும் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் கைலாசா மதுரையிலிருந்து தொடர்ந்து அவர்களுக்கு எல்லா விதமான சேவைகளையும் அவர்களுக்கு பகவான் அவர்களின் அருளாசியை வழங்கி அன்பு பரிசுகளையும் வழங்கி அவர்களை தொடர்ந்து ஊக்குவிப்பார்கள். இன்று கைலாசா மதுரையில் அருகாமையில் இப்பொழுது இங்கு ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்கள் நந்திகேஸ்வர வாகனத்தில் எழுந்தருளும் இந்த காட்சியை இப்பொழுது நேரிலே தரிசனம் செய்கின்றோம். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் சாநித்தியத்தில் இங்கு பகவானின் நேரடி சன்னியாசி சீடர்கள் கைலாசாவின் பிரதிநிதிகள் இங்கு மலர் மாலைகள் வைத்தவாறு இங்கு சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்களை வரவேற்க காத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றனர். தொடர்ந்து இந்த சித்திரை பெருவிழாவின் ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் இங்கு கைலாசாவில் இந்த பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் அவர்களை வரவேற்று அவர்களுக்கு மண்டபப்படி அருளிய இந்த வைபவத்தை நாம் தொடர்ந்து கைலாசாவின் தொலைக்காட்சியின் மூலம் தரிசனம் செய்கின்றோம். இன்று அதன் வரிசையில் 7ஆம் திருநாளான இன்று கைலாசா மதுரையில் பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் முதலாவதாக மகா கணபதி பரம்பொருள், இரண்டாவது சுப்பிரமணிய சுவாமி அவர்களை வணங்கி வரவேற்று அவர்களுக்கு மண்டகப்படி அருளினோம். இப்பொழுது பெருமான் இறையனார் ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்கள் நந்திகேஸ்வர வாகனத்தில் எழுந்தருளும் காட்சியை இப்பொழுது பார்க்கின்றோம். கைலாசா மதுரை ஷியாமலாபீட சரண்ய பீடத்தை நெருங்கிவிட்டார். அவருக்கும் பூஜைகள் செய்து அவர்களிடம் அருளாசி பெற நாம் அனைவரும் காத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த சித்திரை பெருவிழாவின் மிக முக்கியமான விசேஷமான நாளான நாளை அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களுக்கு பட்டாபிஷேக விழாவும் மிகவும் சிறப்பான முறையில் நடந்தேறியிருக்கின்றது. அருள்மிகு மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்தில் இந்த பட்டாபிஷேக வைபவம் நடைபெறும் அதே வேளையில் உலகம் முழுவதும் இருக்கின்ற நம்முடைய கைலாசாவின் திருக்கோவில் அனைத்து இடங்களிலும் இதே இந்த பட்டாபிஷேக விழா நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. தற்பொழுது கைலாசா மதுரை ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞ பீடத்திலிருந்து கைலாசாவின் பிரதிநிதிகள் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் சாநித்தியத்தோடு இங்கு முதல் மரியாதையான மண்டகப்படி அருளும் இந்த காட்சியை இப்பொழுது தரிசிக்கின்றோம். மலர் மாலைகளும் அணிவித்து ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்களுக்கும் அன்னை மீனாட்சி தேவி அவர்களுக்கும் மலர் மாலைகள் அணிவிப்பதை பார்க்கின்றோம். வஸ்திரங்கள் அணிவித்து நைவேத்தியங்கள் படைத்து தீப ஆராதனை நிகழ்கின்றது. முப்போதும் திருமேனி தீண்டுவார் சிவாச்சாரியார் குலத்தைச் சேர்ந்தவர்கள் இங்கு அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களின் அருள் பிரசாதத்தை ஸ்ரீ சோமசுந்தரேஸ்வர சுவாமியின் பிரசாதத்தை பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களுக்கு வழங்கினார். அடுத்ததாக அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களின் வருகைக்காக இங்கு கைலாசா மதுரை காத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. யாழி வாகனத்தில் அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களின் தரிசனம் காணப்பெறுகின்றோம். பாண்டிய நாட்டின் அரசாட்சி புரிந்த அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களுக்கு நாளைய தினம் பட்டாபிஷேக திருவிழா நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. இவ்வாறு இந்த பாண்டிய நாட்டின் அரசாட்சி செய்தார்களோ அதே முறையில் இன்றும் இங்கு அர்ச்ச அவதாரம் தாங்கி ஒவ்வொரு முறையும் இந்த சித்திரை பெருவிழாவில் அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களின் அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சியை குறிக்கும் விதமாக இந்த சித்திரை பெருவிழாவானது மிகவும் சிறப்பான முறையில் கொண்டாடி வருகின்றோம். தற்பொழுது கைலாசா மதுரை ஷியாமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞ பீடத்திலிருந்து கைலாசாவின் பிரதிநிதிகள் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் சன்னியாசி சீடர்கள் இங்கு அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களுக்கு மண்டகப்படி அருளும் காட்சியை பார்க்கின்றோம். வஸ்திரங்களையும் அணிவித்து அவர்களுக்கு மாலைகளை சாற்றி அவர்களுக்கு நைவேத்தியங்கள் படைத்து தீப ஆராதனை நிகழ்கின்றது. ஆழமான பக்தி உணர்வோடு பிரார்த்தனை உணர்வோடும் அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களிடம் நம்முடைய வேண்டுதல்களை சமர்ப்பிக்கலாம். அருள்மிகு மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்தின் பிரதான சிவாச்சாரியார்கள் எப்போதும் திருமேனி தீண்டுவார்கள். பகவான் அருளிய இந்த மண்டகப்படியை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களிடம் சமர்ப்பித்து அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களின் பிரசாதத்தை பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களுக்கு வழங்கியிருக்கின்றார்கள். இங்கு பஞ்சமூர்த்தி புறப்பாட்டில் இங்கு இரண்டாவதாக இங்கு ஆலயத்தின் நிர்வாகத்தை கவனிக்கும் ஸ்ரீ சண்டிகேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்களுக்கு மண்டகப்படி அருளும் இந்த காட்சியும் இப்பொழுது தரிசிக்கின்றோம். மலர் மாலைகள் அவர்களுக்கு அணிவித்து அவர்களுக்கு பூஜைகளும் நிறைவேற்றப்படுவதை இப்பொழுது நேரில் தரிசனம் செய்கின்றோம். சண்டிகேஸ்வர பெருமான் அவர்கள் இங்கு அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களின் கட்டளையை ஏற்று தொடர்ந்து ஆலய நிர்வாகத்தை கவனித்து வரும் பொறுப்பை பெறுகின்றவர். தற்பொழுது பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் 293வது குருமகா சன்னிதானம் கைலாசோன்னத ஷமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞபீடத்தின் குருமகா சன்னிதானம் அவர்களுக்கு அருள்மிகு மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வர் ஆலயத்தின் பிரசாதத்தை பகவானுக்கு வழங்கினார்கள். அந்த அருள் பிரசாதத்தை தற்பொழுது கைலாசா மதுரையில் ஷமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞ பீடத்தில் பிரத்யக்ஷ மூர்த்தியின் வடிவம் இருக்கிற பகவானுக்கு இப்பொழுது அந்த அருள் பிரசாதத்தை சமர்ப்பித்து பூஜைகள் செய்ய இருக்கின்றோம். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களுக்கு அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களின் அருள் பிரசாதத்தை சமர்ப்பித்து அவர்களுக்கு தீப ஆராதனை நிகழ்கின்றது. நம் வேண்டுதல்களை பகவான் அவர்களிடம் சமர்ப்பித்து பகவானை அருளாசியை பெற அனைவரையும் அன்போடு அழைக்கின்றோம். சித்திரை பெருவிழாவின் 7ஆம் திருநாளான இன்று கைலாசோன்னத ஷமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞபீடத்தில் பஞ்சமூர்த்திகள் புறப்பாட்டில் இங்கு வரவேற்று அவர்களுக்கு பாரம்பரிய முறைப்படி மண்டகப்படி அருளிய காட்சியை இப்பொழுது தரிசனம் செய்தோம். தொடர்ந்து இங்கு கைலாசா மதுரை ஷமலாபீட சர்வஜ்ஞபீடத்தில் அருள்மிகு மீனாட்சி சுந்தரேஸ்வரர் ஆலயத்திற்கு தரிசனம் செய்ய வந்திருக்கும் பக்தர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் ஔஷத அன்னதானம் இந்த சேவை தொடர்ந்து நடைபெற இருக்கின்றது. ஔஷத அன்னதானத்தின் இந்த சேவையை அனைவரும் கலந்து கொண்டு பகவான் அவர்களிடம் நேரடி அருளாசி பெற்று இந்த அன்னை தேவி மீனாட்சி அவர்களின் பிரம்மோற்சவத்தில் கலந்து கொண்டு எல்லோரும் ஆனந்தமாக செல்லும் காட்சியை பார்க்கின்றோம்.
Go on contributing. Not only minimum bare minimum as low as possible, taking back from the Jagat, but giving as much as possible. Hinduism is all about that. That's it. I tell you. Why do you think Hindus are the richest ethnic community, not only in United States of America and Canada, Europe and Australia, almost all major countries all over the world? Hindus are the richest ethnic community. I tell you, because from the young age, the religion imbibes this contributing pattern. There will be always exemption that is different, but as a rule, anyone living Hindu, practicing Hindu, if he brings up a child in a practicing Hindu way, it's all about contributing. I tell you, I am so happy. I had amazing examples of contributors in my life whom I can see and grow, and who taught me contributing makes Parameshwara manifest through you. I tell you. When I came out of Ramakrishna Mission, the first ashram I established, I named it after Ramakrishna Mission as Ramakrishna Dhyanapitham, for my deep gratitude to Ramakrishna Mission that I learned how to do hard work. I never felt I was exploited, I was cheated, and I should start fighting against Ramakrishna Mission. No. I felt, oh God, how much they taught me to do hard work. A great opportunity I got to do hard work, sincere work. You can talk to any Ramakrishna Mission sadhu. They will tell one thing. Oh, Nithyananda, yes, he was our brahmachari. 24 hours he will be working. Workaholic fellow. That's what they remember. We have reminiscences from many of them. I feel extremely grateful that they have given me an opportunity to learn hard working. Understand? I tell you. Contributors, wherever you go, you will enjoy life. All contributors will always have Lakshmi, whether in the field of health, wealth, life, society, relationships, career, law and order, administration, economy, education, health, medical care, in every field. Hinduism is all about contribution. The Hindu medical researchers, the great Siddhas, they always do research and development to make the medicines, to discover the medicines which are easily available around your home. Understand? That is the beauty. They will always try to come up with a better and better combinations which is widely available. Means making medical care freely available. The whole thought current, again and again I bow down to Siddhas who made health care free in India. till the time I grew up, I remember literally healthcare is free in the whole village, because we all know simple 50 medicines which we can get from Tiruvannamalai hill, which almost keeps 99% of diseases away from us. 99% of the city is kept healthy. And 99% of the city lives long. I have seen dying before 100 is exemption. Living till 100 is like a regular lifestyle. 90 வயசு தானே ஆச்சு, அதுக்குள்ளேயே வச்சது போயிட்டான். நல்லா தானே இருந்தான். Means, oh, only is 90, he died already. He was all right till yesterday. Fundamental principle of contribution was the core context, whether they do research and development on medical care, or they do research and development on law and order issues, or they develop a new law, or they develop the idea of what is valuable socially and what is economy, what for human beings should work, what is poverty and what is richness, what is having, what is not having. Even these definitions are framed based on the core principle of contributing. Who will be respected in the society and who will not? Who will have the best things of the society and who will not? All these decisions are made based on the principle of contribution. Om Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasamarambam Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivashakti madhyamam Asmadacharya paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and blessing. The first powerful cognition, the truth, I want to give you all. Now, through the initiation I am going to give you all, I awaken the Paramashiva in you make you all manifest the ultimate life, Paramashiva. As Paramashiva has blessed me, he himself has manifested in me, I'll make him manifest in you all now, because he has authorized me to manifest him in all of you. Listen intensely. I'll give you some of the most guarded secrets of the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, there may be some gurus who experienced ultimate within them, but they will not know how to teach. There are some, even if they know to teach, they do not know how to transmit the experience. There are some who would have had experience, but not the traditional initiation. There are some who would have had experience and initiation, but may not know how to transmit. There are some who would have had initiation and experience and even know how to transmit, but they may not have received initiation, the right to transmit. That's called Acharya Abhishekam. Even if you know the method to transmit to others, you should be ritualistically initiated, authorized by the Guru Parampara through Acharya Abhishekam. Means the right to initiate others should be given to you ritualistically by the right authorities. There are some who may have capacity to transmit the initiation, can in turn initiate others. In every level, he gave me everything just by making one right decision, making this body happen in Tiruvannamalai. That ecosystem gave all the 16 things needed for an ultimate guru: intellectual knowledge, enlightenment experience, right to transmit the intellectual knowledge, right to transmit the experience, proper initiation into intellectual knowledge, proper initiation into enlightenment experience, proper initiation to initiate others into intellectual knowledge, proper initiation into initiate others into enlightenment, proper initiation to initiate my disciples, to authorize them to initiate others into intellectual knowledge, proper capability to initiate my disciples to teach others the intellectual knowledge, rightful initiation to authorize my disciples to empower others with enlightenment experience, proper initiation to initiate my disciples to empower others with enlightenment experience, initiating my disciples into enlightenment and initiating them to transmit enlightenment in every level, totally 16 level. All 16 he showered on me. All 16 he blessed me. So with his grace, compassion, and the authority with his grace, with Paramashiva's grace and Paramashiva's compassion and the authority Paramashiva showered on me directly and through the unbroken Guru Parampara, chain of Guru Parampara, I initiate all of you into Paramashiva Jnana, Paramashivadvaita, intellectually, experientially, ritualistically, and giving the Shakti Pada, Shakti Nipada initiation. So understand this initiation connects you with Paramashiva directly through a proper, unbroken, avichinna, unbroken, authentic Guru Parampara. Avichinna Guru Parampara, which is a fundamental requirement along with enlightenment experience. Please understand, just because of enlightenment experience, somebody is not authorized to initiate. Avichinna Guru Parampara Diksha is required. So this introduction I gave now, listen again and again, then you will understand. I am not disrespecting any enlightened beings, but just enlightenment does not give the right to initiate others. Just enlightenment means they found a boat to cross the ocean of samsara, ocean of delusion, that's all. But they do not have the capacity to take others. But they will not know to produce the disciples who can transmit the initiation to others. There are some who knows to produce disciples, but they will not have the authority to initiate the disciples as acharya. In multiple level, there may be some who are intellectually able, have initiation, but not experience. There may be some who are intellectually able to transmit the knowledge, but don't have the right to initiate others from the right, proper authority, Guru Parampara. Understand all these nuances. By the great compassion and grace of Paramashiva, he showered all the right and best ultimate things on me. Enlightenment experience and right ritualistic proper initiation from enlightened gurus, ability to teach and right initiation authorizing me to teach from the Guru Parampara, unbroken Guru Parampara from himself, from Paramashiva himself, and ability to transmit the experience and right authorization and right initiation authorizing me to transmit the initiation to others from the unbroken chain of Guru Parampara, unbroken succession of Guru Parampara, and ability to make the disciples initiate others and ritualistic initiation, authorization to initiate my disciples into Acharya Abhishekam by authorizing them to initiate. Understand this multi-level, multi-layer, everything Paramashiva showered on me by choosing the right place, Tiruvannamalai. Just because he chose Arunachala for manifesting as this body, Arunachala gave me experience, intellectual knowledge, right initiations. Listen, there are some gurus who are enlightened, but they did not receive proper ritualistic initiation. So their enlightenment is useful for them, but not for everyone. Not only he gave me the knowledge to teach others, he gave me the authority, authentic initiation from the Guru Parampara to teach to others. Not only he gave me the power to transmit the experience, he gave me the authentic Guru Parampara, Acharya Abhishekam, Nirvana Diksha, the authority to initiate others and authority to transmit this experience to others. Not only he gave me the power to initiate my disciples to initiate others, he gave me the authentic, unbroken lineage of Guru Parampara, Diksha, as a Paramacharya to initiate Acharyas Upara. Menmaigul Saivanidi, Vilangida Olagellam. The great tradition, ultimate tradition of Shaivism, Paramadvaita, to flourish all over the universe. Not only I transmit enlightenment, I give formal initiation also. So now, Mahavagya Upatesam. So sit and listen. Om, 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 Om Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. Om Shivaya Nama. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Hrim Shivaya Nama. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Nama. Om Shivoham. Om Shivoham. Om Shivoham. Om 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 Paramashiva. Om Paramashiva. Om Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Hrim Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Ham Haum Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyanandam. Om Nithyanandam. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandoham. Om Nithyanandoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om, Om, Om. Om. Now sit. I will make this mantra reverberate in you through the Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada and awakening your Kundalini Shakti. Om, 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 Om. Even if they have capacity, Shakti wise, some enlightened beings have the energy to lift others, but they do not have the initiation, means authorization from the Avichinna Guru Parampara to do that. Guiding, lifting others. So, you need everything. Knowledge, power, initiation for yourself, and the authorization to initiate others, and authorization to initiate others to initiate others as acharyas. All the 16 level, 16 things needed, Paramashiva showered on me just by making me take birth in Arunachala. In Arunachala, all the 16 was available for me. He made it available and showered all the 16 on me. Hope all of you are understanding the subtle differences. Why initiation? Why Swamiji? Why initiation and why from Nithyananda Paramashivam? The question is categorically answered in this one session. All of you celebrate Paramashiva himself is directly showering this on all of you. There are some gurus who are enlightened but not systematically initiated. There are some gurus enlightened, systematically initiated for their enlightenment, but not systematically initiated to initiate others. That is called Acharya Abhishekam. Listen, you are getting initiated to live Paramashiva Twa, the Paramashiva's lifestyle. I always tell, practice in this Kailasa, perform in Mahakailasa. Practice devotion, practice lifestyle of Paramashiva in this Kailasa, perform in Mahakailasa. Initiation into living Paramashivatva is Charya Pada. That initiation is called Sivadiksha, Samayadiksha. Then initiation into enlightenment is Visheshadiksha. Initiation into Paramadvaita is Nirvana Diksha. Initiation authorizing you to initiate others is Acharya Abhishekam. Initiation authorizing you to transmit enlightenment to your disciples and in turn authorizing them to initiate others is Paramacharya Abhisheka. Paramashiva showered everything on me. Power, capacity and initiation just by making me born in Tiruvannamalai. In that ecosystem, he brought everything and showered it on me. Lohini is messaging. Swamiji, most of what you are sharing is going over my head, but I fully understand I am totally blessed to be sitting at your feet. Lohini, you should listen to this session again and again. I'll ask them to replay. If you understand this session, you will be able to answer others' questions. Why, Swamiji? Many people may say, yes, I accept Hinduism is great. I also want to practice Hinduism. But why, Swamiji? Why, Swamiji? That question, why, Swamiji, will be answered with this one session. Especially if you are teaching to others. If you are my sannyasi, who is supposed to teach to others, if you are my disciple, who is interested in enriching others, causing others, you need to know, understand this whole session. You need to make others understand why, Swamiji. For that, you need this session. There are many gurus who are enlightened, but not authentically received the initiation from Avichinna Guru Parampara. Avichinna Guru Parampara means unbroken successional lineage of Guru Parampara. There are some who even received enlightenment and initiation, but only for them to celebrate it, enjoy it, not authorizing them to initiate others. So the 16 levels: intellectual knowledge, initiation, experience, and ability, authority to initiate others intellectually, experientially, and enlightenment, and initiating others to in turn initiate others to continue the Guru Parampara. So understand, Paramashiva showered all the 16 dimensions from Sivadiksha to Paramacharya Abhishekam. So, with this clarity, sit and receive initiation. I think this introduction should be given for all initiation sessions, so people understand from who they receive initiation. They are receiving the initiation. Om, Om, Om. Om, Om. Listen. First, in Hindu tradition, you are always initiated into Gayatri. So I am initiating all of you into Gayatri mantra. Just listen and repeat along with me. So listen to the Gayatri mantra and listen, repeat along with me. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Now, I will again repeat. So I'll again repeat. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvaswaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Now listen. Listen to the Samaya Diksha, Shiva Diksha level 1. Listen to this intensely and recite along with me. This is the password to open up yourself to Paramashiva and to open Mahakailasa to you. Om Ham Aum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Aum Shivaya Namaha. Om Ham Aum Shivaya Namaha. listen. There are many gurus, great enlightened beings. See, I am not comparing, I am not disrespecting any of my predecessors. My guru.
We are on day 7. Bhagavan Somasundareshwara is gracing us today on the Adhikara Nandi, Nandikeshwarar, the silver sacred bull, his very own vehicle, and Devi Meenakshi is gracing us on the silver Yazhi Vahanam. Yazhi is a prehistoric era sacred animal, which was a combination of an elephant, a horse, a lion, and eagle that lived during the times of Devi Meenakshi and later became extinct. Kailasa Madurai has offered to Bhagavan Somasundareshwara, Devi Meenakshi, and the other murtis constituting the Panchamurti, Lord Mahaganapathi, Lord Subramanya, and Lord Chandikeshwara. The Mandagappadi is the offering of traditional items to the Lord when he comes out in procession on the streets. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the tradition of offering Mandagappadi is one of the most delightful traditions for a devotee, where all the abundance that a devotee experiences in his life is from the Lord. The Lord is the source for anything experienced in a devotee's life. And as a deep gratitude for receiving the continuous abundance from the Lord, the devotee gets the opportunity to offer this Mandagappadi, which constitutes all the items that are offered while worshipping the Lord, like his robes, the garlands that are put on his deity forms, and the coconuts and fruits that are offered for his archana, the sandalwood paste, the vermilion that are used during his sacred abhisheka, rose water, tender coconut water. All of such items that are used in his worship are placed on grand plate offerings and offered to the Lord. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived this tradition of Mandagappadi, of offering Mandagappadi to the deities whenever they step out in procession. He has revived this tradition as an integral part of one supreme lifestyle, where the Kailasa ecosystems all over the world offer the Mandagappadi every time the deities in the temple of the main temples in their region step out on the streets in procession. And inspired by the Kailasa-vasis offering the Mandagappadi, the people of the region also follow suit, offering Mandagappadi to the Lord. Thus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has built in the tradition of Mandagappadi back into the mainstream lifestyle of the people. Today, Kailasa Madurai has offered the Mandagappadi to Bhagavan Somasundareshwara, Devi Meenakshi, and the other murtis forming the Panchamurti. Our Kailasa Madurai is located on the Amman Sannidhi street, on the eastern side of the Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple, and is situated therefore in the very breathing space of Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi. The location of this Kailasa Madurai is hugely significant. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, has accessed for us the cosmic archives and has revealed that it is this very location where Kailasa Madurai is located that Devi Meenakshi emerged out of the Putra Kama as a divine 3-year-old child. Devi Meenakshi's biological parents, Malayadwaja Pandyan, the great Pandya king, and his wife Kanchanamala, they performed a Putra Kameshti Yajna, a grand fire ritual, prayer to Paramashiva seeking a child. And that Putra Kameshti Yajna was performed in this very location where Kailasa Madurai stands today. And it is from the fire of the Putra Kameshti Yajna that Devi Meenakshi directly walked out as a divine 3-year-old girl child. Devi Meenakshi was not born out of any ordinary human womb. She used fire as medium, and from her formless Akashic form, she assumed the human form and walked straight as a 3-year-old divine child. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again revealed to us the great mysteries and cosmic secrets of the life of Devi Meenakshi and the history and heritage of Madurai, all in the prehistoric era. And this Kailasa Madurai is also the location where Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi ruled seated on the magnificent throne of Kailasonnata, Shyamalapeetha, Sarvajnapeetham, the kingdom of Madurai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that their very throne is still available deep beneath the ground in this very location of Kailasa, Madurai. Therefore, it is with tremendous pride and privilege that the sannyasis, the disciples, devotees, and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are today serving this Aushadha Annadhan to the people of Madurai from this location of Kailasa. The Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple is just a few hundred feet away from Kailasa, Madurai. Inside the very breathing space of the temple, this Kailasa is located. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established various Kailasa ecosystems in such major temple towns of Bharat, where the Kailasa ecosystem is located inside the breathing space of the temple, within the 7 circumambulation paths of the temple. As per Paramashiva's mandate in his revelations called the Agamas, which constitute the Hindu scriptures today, he has revealed that any main Hindu temple must have 7 circumambulation paths associated with it. And true to this, in Tiruvannamalai, the Arunachaleshwara temple, which is the world's largest functioning Shiva temple, has 7 circumambulation paths associated with it. And Kailasa Tiruvannamalai is located in the 6th circumambulation path. Therefore, in the breathing space of the deities of Arunachaleshwara and Unnamalayaman, in Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa is the very parental home of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, officially acquired by Kailasa into its divine fold. Here in Madurai, this location of Kailasa is within the precincts of the temple of Meenakshi Somasundareshwara. We can see the traditional decorations in Kailasa, Madurai, constituting the ancient heritage items used in worship, items used in procession of the Lord, all of them adorning this Kailasa, Madurai, bringing back to life our rich Vedic tradition, which is the untiring work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, reviving all of these items used in worship, used in our day-to-day lives, used during the festivals and celebrations of the temples. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism works untiringly to produce and collect these heritage items and refurbish them as needed and make them available to all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide, so they may be used once again in all the grand festivities and the lifestyle of the Vedic tradition and the temples established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as it happened long ago when the Kailasa enlightened civilization existed once upon a time. With destructions of temples over time due to heavy invasions and destruction of the very original indigenous lifestyle of Kailasa, and destruction of various traditions, beautiful traditions that were in vogue, that kept the whole enlightenment science alive, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is today working untiringly to revive all that has been lost and once again integrate it back into the main lifestyle of people. As we can see, the people of Madurai are flooding into Kailasa, Madurai to receive their Aushadha meal. It is heartwarming to see that this Aushadha food food that is infused with conscious energy, is once again entering the lives of people as their mainstream food. It is the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Kailasas worldwide serve this Aushadha food continuously for the people in their region, so that the people no more find the need to cook their own food in their home kitchen. They can simply walk into the Kailasa and have their meal. And it will be food not just for their hungry stomach, but for their very consciousness. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism assumes the ultimate responsibility to infuse consciousness and the conscious software into human beings in every conceivable way. And the most user-friendly, the most practical, and the most essential way is through food, through the food component, because as human beings, we consume at least 3 meals in a day. And therefore, the food we consume plays a major role in molding our consciousness, in evolving our consciousness. And it is because of this that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared the Nithyananda Analayas, the food temples around the world, as one of the major 5 pillars of Kailasa itself. Kailasa, the only Hindu nation that has been established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today to cater to the spiritual and religious needs of the entire 2 billion Hindu diaspora and the whole of humanity. As Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not a mere religion to be restricted to only the Hindu diaspora. It is the very living enlightenment science, which is the science to enlighten whole of humanity, irrespective of caste, creed, gender, or religion. Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi, along with Lord Mahaganapathi, Lord Subramanya, and Lord Chandikeshwara, forming what is known as the Panchamurtis in the Hindu tradition, have been gracing the people of Madurai in the streets of Madurai through 2 processions every day of the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam, in the morning and in the evening of every day. This morning, inside the Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple, the grand festival of Paramashiva enacting the Leela of assuming the form of Bhikshatanar and enlightening the Tarukavana Rishis and the Rishi Patnis was celebrated. Therefore, today's Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam is also celebrating Bhagavan Paramashiva appearing as Bhikshatanar to enlighten the Tarukavana Rishis and the Rishi Patnis. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again revealed on Bhikshatanar during his global presidential addresses, as well as during his various global meditation programs. Bhikshatanar is one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva who happened in Madurai. Superconscious mutation manifestation refers to the various actions of Paramashiva which he performed in enlightening his various devotees. When he assumed the form of Mahakala Bhairava to remove the 5th head of Lord Brahma, which was required to remove the arrogance demonstrated by Lord Brahma, Lord Mahakala Bhairava then becomes one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva. And when Paramashiva superconsciously mutated and assumed the form of Lord Veerabhadra to sever the head of Daksha Prajapati to remove his assumed arrogance, then Lord Veerabhadra becomes one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva. Similarly, when Paramashiva assumed the form of Bhikshatanar to remove The deep ignorance and arrogance of the Tarukavana rishis and their wives, Bhikshatana becomes one of the 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva. The Dhyana Shloka, which is in the Hindu tradition, a verse dedicated to each Hindu god, describing the form of the god and invoking the presence of the god. The Dhyana Shloka for Bhikshatana is Shuklapam Shubhalochanam Durvankuram Dakshine Vame Shula Kapala Samyuktakaram Satpadukam Padayoho Lambat Pingajatadharam Shashidharam Dakshe Vamahe Bhiksha Patradharam Sakunda Pitaram Bhikshatanesham Bhaje. The translation of this verse goes: smeared in white with ashes, with good omen in the eyes, fingers with the divine grass to the right, with the shula and kapala in the left hands, wearing the padukas with dangling red matted hair, adorning the moon on the head, carrying the deer in the right hand, and a vessel for alms in the left, with a slightly bulged belly. That God, O Bhikshatana, we pray to you. This Leela of Bhagavan Paramashiva, assuming the form of Bhikshatana, happened when the rishis in the Tarukavana forest started thinking that it is only their actions of performing the various rituals, the fire rituals and the various worship activities is the supreme activity, and it is not required to worship or pray to Paramashiva anymore. And therefore, they almost stopped worshipping. They forgot the profound truth, blinded by their arrogance, that there is the ultimate source for everything in this cosmos, to whom the very fruits of their rituals are surrendered. Thus the Tarukavana rishis, moving away from this profound truth, started pursuing their dogma of karma. They started understanding it, and to teach them the importance of the worship of Paramashiva and to restore their integrity to Paramashiva. Paramashiva himself assumes the form of Bhikshatana. Bhikshatana literally means the begging mendicant. And similarly, Lord Mahavishnu assumes the form of Mohini, a splendorously beautiful female form. And Paramashiva as Bhikshatana comes to the streets of the houses of the rishis begging for alms. The rishi patnis, the wives of the rishis, completely lose themselves in the beauty of the Lord, mesmerized by the begging mendicant, whom they know not as the Lord himself. They start following him, forgetting their own poise and purpose. Meanwhile, the rishis also forgot all about their karma theories that they were strongly advocating and started following the glamorous Mohini, not knowing that she was none other than Mahavishnu. When the rishi patnis started seeing their wives following Bhikshatana, they became furious and started attacking the Lord himself. They performed the Abhichara Yagam, which is known to produce specifically ill effects. They directed venomous snakes, demons, a tiger, fire, and the damaru or the drum, all of it that came out of the fire of the ritual that they were performing. They hurled all of these items towards the Lord. But what can hurt the Supreme, who is the very source of everything? Paramashiva simply took each of these items and made them as his very ornaments and weapons. The Tarukavana rishis over time realized their stupidity and realized that Paramashiva is indeed the supreme, and left their dogma of karma once and for all. Meanwhile, to their wives who were lured by Bhikshatana, the rishis told them that they will be born as wives of ordinary Vaishya families, and Paramashiva himself will come as a bangle seller, and when he touches their arms and instills for them, they will awaken to their original purpose and get back as Rishi Patnis. The Rishi Patnis were thus born in the city of Madurai, in the families of the Vaishya community, and indeed, Bhagavan Somasundareshwara himself appeared as a bangle seller in a most handsome form that he assumed as a Valayal Vyapari, and the Rishi Patnis were once again lured by this divine bangle seller. The Lord himself starts putting on the bangles for each one of them, and when his divine hands fell on them, they awoke to their true identity, and with the grace of Paramashiva, they got back as Rishi Patnis. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, during his global presidential addresses, has revealed the deeper truths behind Paramashiva, attacks of the Tarukavana rishis in this Leela. Paramashiva simply made all the weapons hurled by them, by the Tarukavana rishis, as his ornaments, Abharana, and weapons, Ayudha, blissfully. These are the very deer that he carries today. The axe, the man and the malu, the deer and the axe, the fire and the snakes that he wears, all of these were hurled at him by the Tarukavana rishis. Today, we can see Paramashiva depicted holding all of these items in any of the Shiva temples worldwide. He simply digests the whole attack. And not only that, he gives the very Tarukavana rishis, the Paramashiva Jnana, the knowledge of enlightenment, to the very rishis who attacked him viciously. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism time and again reveals through this incident the ultimate sacrifice of Paramashiva, who is therefore known as Tyaga Raja, meaning the Lord of Sacrifice, Tyaga meaning sacrifice, Lord. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that when you demonstrate such extreme Tyaga, it awakens your very Kundalini Shakti, the energy of enlightenment inside each one of us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that even if you need to go through great abuses, attacks, persecution, simply digest everything and go on giving your best things to the world. Be Tyagaraja. Keep on sacrificing, and society will even rate you or hate you. Society might judge you or beat you. But how you swallow everything and what you contribute to the world is the real you. That is what is the real you. Society will give what it has, but after digesting everything, you give what you need to contribute to the world. That is the quality of Tyagaraja. Paramashiva himself. Shiva has infinite Ananta Kalyana Guna, meaning auspicious attributes or qualities. And this quality of Tyaga, which earned him the name of Tyagaraja, is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism teaches us through this Leela of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara, assuming the form of Bhikshatanar to enlighten the Tarukavana rishis and the Rishi Patnis. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, has also spoken extensively on the vehicle of Paramashiva, the Nandi Devar, the sacred bull. Today, Bhagavan Somasundareshwara is gracing us on the Adhikara Nandi. The Nandikeshwarar is the original vehicle or Vahana of Paramashiva in Kailasa. Each god in the Hindu tradition has a vehicle or Vahana on which they are seated and they grace humanity, on which they travel. Paramashiva's Vahana is Adhikara Nandi, the sacred bull. He is gracing on his original vehicle, the Adhikara Nandi, merely by participating in the seventh-day celebrations. Our various types of delusion or Maya will be destroyed with the grace of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi. And we will be liberated from our very birth and death cycle, from the various types of birth that we tend to assume repeatedly out of our Maya or delusion. Adhikara Nandi is worshipped as the Vritikrama Sangara Kolam today. Adhikara Nandi, having the divine form of the cow combined with the human body, attained Sarupya Samadhi, enlightenment, through attaining the very form of Paramashiva. And therefore, he bears the four sacred items held by Paramashiva himself, the Man, the Malu, Chaturbhujam, and Mukkan, meaning the deer, the axe, having 4 hands and 3 eyes like Paramashiva. Adhikara Nandi wields authority in Kailasa, in the court of Paramashiva, and therefore his name Adhikara Nandi, Adhikara meaning authority. It is with his permission that we can gain entry into Kailasa. He is the security force of Kailasa. He guards Kailasa. When Devi Meenakshi embarks on her Dik Vijayam, which is her victorious conquering of all the quarters of the universe and bringing the 56 desas, 56 nations under her rule. Once she is done with all the quarters, she proceeds to Kailasa, the very abode of Paramashiva, and she encounters Nandi Devar right at the entrance, who's guarding Kailasa. Nandi Devar, lost in the motherly love of Devi Meenakshi, succumbs to her, and Devi Meenakshi defeats Nandi in her encounter and proceeds straight to Mahadeva, Paramashiva. In the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the living manifestation of Paramashiva, his devotees, disciples, and followers have witnessed countless miracles repeating in history every time Paramashiva assumes form and comes down as the incarnation. When Paramashiva happens on the planet, Nandi is also bound to happen. Out of the countless miracles witnessed in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on planet Earth is the miracle of Nandi being born. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in the year 2006, predicted the birth of a particular calf that would be his very Nandi. Nandi himself would take birth on a particular day, which would be the 1st of January 2007, the Jayanti celebrations of Bhagwan during that year. True to his predictions, the calf was born right outside his quarters on the 1st of January 2007 in Adi Kailasa, Bengaluru. And of course, he was named Nandi, the very sacred bull of Paramashiva, who had come down to planet Earth to live with the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivам. Nandi lived with utmost integrity in Hinduism and left his body in the year 2016. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself performed the last rites for Nandi, directly liberating him without him having to come back to take a human birth to achieve liberation. From time immemorial, Paramashiva has exercised his veto power in directly liberating beings such as animals and birds, saving them the humongous cycles of human births and deaths before achieving liberation. Even during the time of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara, as per the Thiruvilayadal Puranam, which is a collection of the 64 highlight leelas of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara in the city of Madurai, we have recordings how he liberated birds and animals directly. In the life of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, one of the most recent incarnations of Paramashiva, who graced humanity from Tiruvannamalai as Shiva during his period, we have records of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi liberating birds and animals directly using his veto power as the very incarnation of Paramashiva. Hinduism is a religion which is real and gives direct results as per the truths taught in it, as per the truths revealed in it. If the truth is practiced, the results are guaranteed. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the vehicle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on which he travels is revered as Nandi, the vehicle of Paramashiva himself. And true to this vehicle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has exhibited miraculous behaviors on several occasions. On one such occasion, during one of the road trips of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when he reaches out to people traveling thousands of kilometers by road through day and night, this Nandi vehicle suddenly ran out of fuel. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism simply blessed the vehicle, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism witnessed the vehicle moving 30 kilometers without fuel, and it halted exactly near the next available fuel station. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when asked by his devotees what his feeling is every time he gets into the vehicle, he has revealed that every time he gets into the Nandi vehicle, he can feel it as living energy. Nandi Deva specifically receives special worship every month on the Pradosha day between 5:30 and 7 p.m. known as the Pradosha time. This Pradosha time has a huge significance in the Hindu tradition. Paramashiva has revealed the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra or the Shiva Sutras to his beloved consort Devi. Devi asks her most innocent and most sincere inquiries about his very reality, Paramashiva, and Paramashiva starts revealing and delivers 112 verses, each verse by itself being an independent technique for enlightenment, what is today known as the Shiva Sutras or the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. When Paramashiva was revealing the Shiva Sutras to Devi in Kailasa, Paramashiva deputed Nandi, Adhikara Nandi, to be at the entrance of Kailasa and take care of all the devotees and visitors who come to receive Paramashiva's blessings. And Paramashiva empowered Adhikara Nandi during this when he was giving the Upadesha, the teachings to Devi, for Nandi himself to attend to the prayer requests and bone requests and disperse them accordingly, while Paramashiva himself was engaged in delivering the enlightening Shiva Sutra verses to Devi. Therefore, during this Pradosha time, in all Paramashiva temples around the world, we will find huge gatherings in front of Nandi Deva, and Nandi would be decorated beautifully in every Pradosha, and special Abhishekam will be offered to Nandi, and the huge gathering of people will be offering their prayers to Nandi, knowing that during the Pradosha time, Nandi Deva is completely authorized by Paramashiva himself to attend to their prayers directly as the representative of Paramashiva. And even on all other days, we will find in the Shiva temples worldwide, devotees of Paramashiva not only submit their prayers to Paramashiva in his main shrine, but they also whisper their prayers into the ears of Nandi. the Nandi deities, the devotees, whisper their prayers into Nandi Deva because they know that Nandi Bhagwan will convey their prayers directly to Paramashiva in Kailasa. This very depiction of Paramashiva delivering the Shiva Sutras to Devi is the depiction of in the shrine of Adhikara Bengaluru. In Adhikara Bengaluru, in the temple established, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivashakti Devalaya, we have the magnificent depiction, depicting the scene of Paramashiva delivering the Shiva Sutras to Devi, keeping Devi in great intimacy on his very lap. The deities of Paramashiva and Devi in this temple in Adi Kailasa depicts this very scene where Devi is seated on the lap of Paramashiva and receiving the Upadesha from him, receiving the Shiva Sutras from him, and from Devi, they receives the sacred scripture, the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has further revealed the significance of the energy of Nandi Deva in Kailasa. Each Hindu god has a profound lesson to teach humanity. Their special attributes is what we need to imbibe in us when we pray to them. When we pray to Goddess Lakshmi, it is her auspicious attribute of manifesting wealth that we imbibe in us. When we pray to Lord Hanuman, it is his great strength and valor and devotion to Lord Rama that we imbibe in us. When we choose our Ishta Devata, our preferred deity in the Hindu tradition, we start imbibing the very auspicious attributes radiated by the deity. And all of the gods in Hindu tradition are various manifestations of Paramashiva himself, each god radiating specific attributes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the auspicious attributes of Nandi Bhagavan, Nandi Deva, the sacred bull of Paramashiva, on whom Paramashiva is gracing today as Bhagavan Somasundareshwara during the 7th day of the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam here in Madurai. As we are witnessing the Aushadha Annadhan being served from Kailasa, Madurai during the 7th day festival, the people of Madurai are continuing to come in and receive their Aushadha meal and proceed to the Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple to worship their beloved Lord and his consort Devi Meenakshi. In revealing the auspicious attributes of Nandi Deva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed Nandi is the energy of engaging with responsibility and enriching people. These are the attributes which will make you successful in Kailasa. Nandi has burnt all his bridges, cut all his ropes of bondage with anything known, and is integrated solely to Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism describes this very quality as the quality a sannyasi has to imbibe, where a sannyasi burns all bridges, cuts all ropes of bondage, and remains integrated only to Paramashiva as the Guru. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how there are enough ropes tied to your tail, which is in the hands of someone else in Bhuloka, in the mundane planet Earth. From there, they can simply pull a rope. It is just one call, nothing more. And these are the ropes that we have to sever. Engaging with the responsibility of enriching is the best fuel for a being to experience Kailasa. Constantly engaging in activities that enriches people and not thinking, will anyone support me? Or not having such life negative questions in us. Simply participating in life, engaging continuously with a huge sense of responsibility to enrich others. And automatically life will respond to you. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals, either you engage yourself responsibly and enrich others and your lives, or you will be engaging yourself with your own laziness and boredom and destroying your very life. It is Nandi's auspicious attitude, constantly being engaged in responsible activity, enriching lives in Kailasa, which makes him the trusted vehicle of Paramashiva himself. Nandi is also believed to be Rishabhadevar, the god worshipped in the Jain tradition. In the Jain tradition, it is believed Kailasa is the place where Rishabhadevar is sitting. Adhikara Nandi is the security of Kailasa. Of course, Paramashiva is the ultimate security and source for all of creation. But Nandi is his trusted and greatest servant. And only with Nandi's permission, you can enter into Kailasa. We bow down to Nandi to receive the glimpse of Kailasa. And Nandi will bless us with the experience of Kailasa, so our being can wake up to our own higher reality and start moving towards Kailasa. In the Hindu tradition, each powerful cognition, each strong vision or darshan raises our very existence to vertical time zones or the parallel universes that exist above planet Earth, such as the Bhuvar Loka, the Suvar Loka, the Mahara Loka, the Tapo Loka, the Jana Loka, Satya Loka, and Kailasa itself. Our existence, our identity exists in all of these vertical time zones. And through all our spiritual practices and our efforts to raise our consciousness, we raise our identity and touch base with our higher identities that exist in all of these higher lokas, and finally our identity in Kailasa itself. And every effort in the Hindu tradition is to raise our existence to our identity in these vertical time zones. In the Hindu tradition, there are 12 major streams of yoga. We have the Nada Yogi tradition, to which belong the great Gorakhnatha and Matsyendranatha. And there is the Siddha Yoga Sampradaya, to which belong the great South Indian Siddhas, the Shaiva Siddhas such as Agastya, Pulipani. And we also have the Nandinatha Sampradaya that stems with the grace of Paramashiva from Nandi Devar. Saint Tirumular brought this tradition to South India. Therefore, Nandi Devar, the sacred divine vehicle of Paramashiva, on whom Paramashiva is gracing us today on the seventh day of the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsava, is profoundly significant for us humanity to bow down to, and from whom we must imbibe these special qualities of engaging with responsibility and enriching people's lives continuously. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revealed that Nandi Devar lives and shows by example, where in Kailasa, the disciples of Paramashiva are groomed not by bullying, but by Nandiing, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which means living and showing by example, like how Nandi does in Kailasa, where purely by living and showing, the grooming happens to align to Paramashiva. The devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are continuously serving the Aushadha Annadhan from Kailasa, Madurai. We can see the jasmine flowers, which are the speciality of the kingdom of Madurai, adorning each and every person who is coming to receive this Aushadha Annadhan. During the period, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was physically present here in Madurai, soon after his coronation as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhaanam of the Kingdom of Madurai. We witnessed every single day during his global presidential addresses from Kailasa, Madurai, and during the grand Sarvadarshans, where he attended to each and every individual who had gathered to receive his blessings, we saw the magnificent jasmine garlands adorning the divine form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has further revealed on Nandi Devar as the being who operates with the fundamental attitude of I am the source, and he takes responsibility for everything that happens around him. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed in his own words, understanding that whether I understand or not, believe or not, everything around me, including the worst conflicts and problems, the life killings, even if it is life destroying problems, understanding that I am the source. Understand, when you know, when you decide, even without knowing if you decide, just because your Guru's words are there, this cognition will start getting drilled into your biomemory. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism calls this as Nanditva, because it is Nandi who stands with a tremendous responsibility that I am the source, which is why Mahadeva happens on him. Nandi is the biomemory on which Mahadeva can sit. The quality of Nandi is I am the source. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism teaches us, sit with that clarity. Whether you attract great gifts or terrorist attacks, you are the source. From the idea that you are the source, if you iron things out, start looking at everything happening in your body, in your mind, outside of you, then you will have so many beautiful clicks about everything. You will start understanding why somebody loves you so much, why somebody hates you so much, why somebody cheats you, why somebody trusts you, why some situations shower on you, why some situations deprive you, why sometimes good is seen as bad and bad is seen as good. This whole psychological shift, cognitive shift can be manifested in your system the moment you decide to be in the space of Nandi. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He further reveals, decide, let me sit as Nandi. I am the source. Simply, Mahadeva will manifest. Simply, Mahadeva will manifest in his pure raw form, unadulterated with all his grandeur and glory in your life. This is the most auspicious lesson that we need to learn from Nandi Devar today. As Bhagavan Somasundareshwara is gracing us on Adhikara Nandi, his own dear sacred bull of Kailasa. In Kailasa, there are 4 categories, what are known as the categories of the beings who come under Salokya Muktas, Samipya Muktas, Sarupya Muktas, and Sayujya Muktas. The Salokya Muktas and Samipya Muktas are the Shiva Ganas, meaning they achieve liberation by living in the same place and breathing space of Paramashiva, of Mahadeva. All the Sayujya Muktas merge in oneness unto Mahadeva, and they do not have an individual identity. They simply are Mahadeva. These Shiva Ganas and Shiva Bhutas, who are the Salokya and Samipya Muktas, come under Ganesha, Mahaganapati in Kailasa, which is why he is worshipped as Ganesha, Lord of the Ganas. He is responsible for the Shiva Bhutas and Shiva Ganas in Kailasa. He attends to all of their essential needs, including the needs of Mother Parvati. Is taken care of by Lord Ganesha. On the other hand, the Rishis and Munis, who come under the Sarupya Muktas, who are having the same form as Shiva, come under Lord Dakshinamurti, Munishwara, but it is Nandi Devar who takes care of them. That is why all the Munis and Rishis are considered as the Nandinatha Sampradayas, belonging to the tradition coming under Nandi Devar. In Tiruvannamalai, during the flagship festival of Kartikai Deepam, Paramashiva graces one set of beings each day of this festival, giving them enlightenment. And this constitutes the 17-day grand festival of Kartikai Deepam. And on the very first day in his procession, he gives enlightenment to Adhikara Nandi, his son. And therefore, on this first day, he graces his devotees on the streets, riding on the Nandi Vahanam, Adhikara Nandi. Each god, each vehicle of the god in Hindu tradition independently can enlighten us, which is why in the Hindu tradition, the whole concept of Ishta Devata is available to us, where whichever god out of the 33 crore Hindu gods available to us, we can choose our Ishta Devata and connect to our Ishta Devata. And through that preferred deity, we can attain enlightenment. And all of this is Paramashiva, as each Hindu god is nothing but a specific expression of Paramashiva, a certain manifestation of Paramashiva. Today, we have Devi Meenakshi gracing us on the Yali. Yali is a being that existed in the prehistoric era. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed on the Yali, because the Yali played a very important role, a delightful role in building the magnificent temples of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. These architectural wonders that we see today, including the Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple. The Yali is a genetically altered wonder, a biological wonder, which is a permutation combination with genetic alteration of combining a horse, eagle, elephant, lion. All of these, our masters made this genetic alteration possible through various permutations and combinations, and the Yali is the biological wonder, the result of it. The Yali was used in the temple building in the prehistoric era. The Yali could lift extraordinarily heavy items. We have heard how just the elephants alone have been employed in building the lofty temple structures, such as the Brihadishwara temple in Tanjavur, where the 80-ton monolithic stone, the Shikara, was raised to that height and placed purely with the technology employing elephants. The Yali is much more than an elephant, as it combines the strength and capabilities of the horse, the eagle, the elephant, and the lion, all put together, genetically altered. And it is this Yali, part of the beautiful sculptures of the various Hindu temples. Any Hindu temple we go to, we can see amazing sculptures of the Yali, as it is the Yali that helped in carrying the heavy items and building the temples. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has mentioned the Yali in his various global presidential addresses. In the Avinashi Lingeshwara temple near Coimbatore, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has mentioned to us on the Yali present in this temple, where the stone sculpture of this Yali is an architectural wonder, where the trunk of the Yali can be separately moving, although it's a stone carving. The lion face, the trunk, all of them are carved in such a way that each of them shows independent movement. And further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has cited another architectural wonder involving the Yali in Hampi in Karnataka, in the magnificent stone sculptures, where there is inside the mouth of the Yali, a stone with a chain rolling inside the mouth of the Yali. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed time and again the exciting contributions that will soon happen from Kailasa, apart from what is already happening as a superconscious breakthrough to individuals in the form of the various spiritual alchemy products that he has delivered to individuals. The Supreme is already reviving the wonders of the prehistoric era of our Rishi civilization, such as the spiritual alchemy products, which merely when we keep them near us in our living area will awaken the non-mechanical parts of our brain. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared repeatedly in his vision the contributions that would soon start happening for humanity, where the exciting products of Kailasa that once upon a time existed on the planet as part of mainstream lifestyle, which is what has been destroyed over years of invasion. All of this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be reviving over course of time for humanity to experience, live, enjoy, and manifest once again as a huge enlightened civilization. And as part of this, the very DNA of the Yadi, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has said he will soon be reviving and demonstrating to the world, along with the DNA of the Kalpa Vriksha, the Kamadhenu, the Parijata. All of these are the celestial beings that once upon a time existed. The Kalpa Vriksha is the magnificent celestial boon-giving tree. The Kamadhenu, the Kalpa Vriksha gives us whatever we seek in the inner world for ourselves, in our inner space, for our spiritual growth, while the Kamadhenu is the celestial cow that gives us whatever we wish in our outer world. The Parijata is the unwithering, fragrant flower. All of these are divine beings that surfaced during the churning of the Milky Ocean by the Asuras and the Devatas, the gods and the demons. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that including the Yali and all of these items and many more, he would be making available to humanity at large, and he has already worked on reviving the DNA of all of these divine beings. Whether it is the sage Agastya of the Vedic battery or Saint Bharadwaja's flying aircrafts. If a technology existed during the time of Kailasa, then it will be available. This is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's declaration and vision for Kailasa. In the grand revival of Kailasa, all of this is included, including the Navapashanam, the science of the great Siddhas, where herbs are brought together in various permutations and combinations for healing and enlightenment, and the revival of the science of Aushadha, the science of sacred herbs for healing and enlightenment. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again assured humanity that humanity will be witnessing in the near future the revival of Kailasa at a totally whole new level, where all of these divine beings that existed, which are considered magical in today's world, would once again be available as part of our very life. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has repeatedly given his clarion call to the Hindu diaspora, reminding the Hindu diaspora of its primary responsibility for which it exists on planet Earth. The great revival of the enlightened civilization of Kailasa is the gift that Hindus are supposed to give to the rest of the universe as a gift to the whole of humanity. And it is for this purpose that Hinduism is even still alive. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed time and again, Hinduism is still alive because it is expected to give this gift to humanity, the gift of reviving the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, again and again, every time it reaches a low ebb. The real purpose of Hinduism is whenever an incarnation lands, supporting him and reviving the enlightened civilization and giving this great gift of enlightened civilization and gifts from the enlightened civilization to humanity again and again. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has thus repeatedly appealed to the Hindus that they are responsible for making these gifts available to the universe, to the whole world, because Hindus are responsible for the enlightenment of the whole of humanity. Each civilization has a different responsibility for humanity. Some of them have to build great buildings. Some of them have to make great weapons. Some of them have to make great economic. Hindus need to make the revival of the enlightened civilization happen again and again and gift it to the world. Whenever an enlightened civilization diminishes, gets diluted, gets lost, it is the responsibilities of the Hindus to revive it and gift it to humanity. With the grace of Paramashiva, his very living manifestation has landed on the planet in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And with his unprecedented hard work, a Hindu nation has already been established, the nation of Kailasa. And he himself repeatedly inviting each one of us to be part of this grand revival for which he stands as the undaunted inspiration and hard work. All we need to do is participate and make all of these sciences available once again to humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained that there is a responsibility. One, reviving the enlightened civilization, and another, making this Hindu nation model, the model nation, so that the whole world can pick up all the best things, absorb the best things, learn the best things, and experience oneness with the whole of cosmos. As part of this humongous responsibility, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revives the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization through all possible ways today. The serving of this Aushadha Annadhan that we have been witnessing over the last 6 days, today being the 7th day of the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam, is one such huge effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is today recognized on various global platforms around the world. The effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in serving this Aushadha Annadhan continuously to humanity at large through the various Kailasa ecosystems around the world, to reach to humanity this conscious lifestyle of consuming Aushadha-based food, where food is infused with the very living enlightenment software, and food is prepared by people who are striving to live enlightenment, initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who are continuously striving to live enlightenment, and therefore their thought currents are continuously revolving around living enlightenment. And therefore, it is these thought currents that are infused into the food. And above all, this food, the Aushadha food, is prepared, served continuously with the ultimate Satya Sankalpa of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivashakti. It is his conscious resolution for the people that is the primary element in this food. And his Satya Sankalpa, resolution for the people, is always the people living enlightenment, the people living in oneness with the whole of cosmos. Therefore, this food is not for a hungry stomach. It is the huge blessing of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism given to each individual for the conscious growth of the individual consuming it. the effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this one area of serving Aushadha to humanity at large has been recognized in the global arena on multiple fronts. On the 28th of February of this year, Kailasa led global efforts to forge an environmentally friendly world. The United Nations Environment Program featured the alumni of Kailasa's Nithyananda Gurukul, students who have graduated from the Nithyananda Gurukul, who are today the brahmacharis, the monks of Kailasa's Nithyananda Sannyas order, who are merely in their 20s, participating in the UNIA 6, the 6th annual platform of the United Nations for discussing multilateral solutions for protecting our planet Earth. Held at the United Environmental Program's headquarters in Nairobi, Kenya, this occasion brought together leaders from across the globe to engage in thoughtful discourses and collaborative problem solving. And Kailasa's representatives played a pivotal role in shaping the entire discussions held during this UNIA 6 convention, during which they proposed sustainable solutions rooted in the indigenous Hindu traditions, as revived through the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Their insightful contributions not only enriched the conference, but also served to inspire and empower the attendees to take meaningful action towards a more sustainable future for the whole world. This Aushadha Annadhan Seva of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized by members of various international forums and has helped them to understand that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously lives his teachings at the grassroots level, reaching out to people, making it a practical reality in the lives of people, and they are not just mere teachings. And it also helps them to understand that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the single inspirational source and force for the global diaspora to follow in his footsteps and be the radical change, transforming their own lives and being part of this change and causing the change in the global level. And this Aushadha Annadhan is one of the evidences of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism walking his talk in whatever he teaches to humanity, where the people are directly benefited in their everyday life. And it is not that this Aushadha food is given to the people only on festive occasions. This Aushadha food is served in the Kailasa ecosystems every single day, 3 times a day. Therefore, people can very well make their home kitchen redundant and have their food only from the Kailasas nearby in their regions, and therefore make this Aushadha food a complete part of their lifestyle. Therefore, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ensures that end to end, the people have the facility to integrate the Hindu cosmic principles and the teachings directly into their life in the most practical level possible. Tomorrow, the 19th of April, is the grand Pattabhishekam celebrations of Devi Meenakshi. The highlight of the entire Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam is the following 3 days, which is the Pattabhishekam celebrations of Devi Meenakshi, the celebrations of the Digvijayam, which is the celebration of Devi Meenakshi conquering the 56 nations and bringing them under her single rule, and the highlight being the celebration of the Meenakshi Thirukalyanam, celebration of the divine marriage ceremony of Devi Meenakshi and Bhagavan Somasundareshwara. Tomorrow, we have the grand Pattabhishekam celebrations of Devi Meenakshi, which is a grand ritual celebrating the coronation of Devi Paramashivashakti Devi Meenakshi as the Parabhattarika, the royal queen of the whole cosmos. The Meenakshi Pattabhishekam is a ceremony that commemorates the crowning of Devi Meenakshi, who embodies the very feminine consciousness, the divine feminine consciousness, the universal cosmic mother. And during this ceremony, she is recognized for assuming responsibility for the entire universe. She is crowned as the queen of the Pandya Desha, and the event is celebrated with the peak of enthusiasm and fervor. And on this wonderful occasion of the Meenakshi Pattabhishekam, each one of us has the opportunity to offer our gifts to Meenakshi as our token of gratitude for receiving the grace of Meenakshi in our life. And what is more, today we have the very physical manifestation of the energies of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi embodied in the single form manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, offering directly at his feet the gifts that we wish to offer to Devi Meenakshi. It is a direct offering to Devi Meenakshi herself. And facilitating this for us are the Kailasa representatives available in the WhatsApp channel +1 213 808 3021. I repeat, to offer our gifts directly at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as our offering to Devi Meenakshi. We may avail of this WhatsApp channel +1 213 808 3021. Devotees from world over, ever since the commencement of the Chithirai Peruvizha, have been continuously showering their giving of this opportunity of multiple lifetimes of offering our heartfelt gratitude directly at the feet of the living energy of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who embodies the energies of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi in him. Further, on the 21st of this month, is the grand Meenakshi Thirukalyanam festival, where the traditional ritual that vividly reenacts the celestial wedding of Devi Meenakshi and Bhagavan Somasundareshwara happens as it originally unfolded in the cosmos. This sacred life, the divine union of Devi Meenakshi with Paramashiva, and marks a significant moment in the cosmic history. During the Meenakshi Thirukalyanam celebrations of Kailasa, under the direct auspices of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, each one of us once again has the opportunity to offer our wedding gifts to Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi directly at the feet of the Supreme Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Once again, the same WhatsApp channel is available for us to do this, which is +1 213 808 3021, +1 213 808 3021. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his infinite compassion and love for the whole of humanity, continuously opens multivarious channels for us to connect ourselves to the space of Paramashiva. So we start manifesting the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, Kailasa, and Paramashiva, which is the original purpose of us having taken human birth. In all our delusion, we may attribute the original purpose of our birth to various reasons of raising a family, of following a particular profession, of making a certain amount of wealth, and so on. But whether we know it or not, believe it or not, our original purpose of taking human birth is to achieve the Paramashivatva, the space of oneness with Paramashiva, and from that space of oneness manifest as a mere leela in our lives all our outer worldly achievements, like how the great rishis lived in the ancient Hindu civilization of Kailasa. It is that civilization, the Rishi civilization, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today, where they achieved in the inner world the oneness with Paramashiva, and from that enlightened space, they contributed unprecedentedly in the outer world. Their inventions and discoveries remain unparalleled until today, whether it is in the field of astronomy, astrology, physics, mathematics, even the science of perfume making. Every single conceivable field, the contributions of our great rishis remains unparalleled, right from the force of gravity to all the formula that we have in science today, to all the cutting-edge technologies. Our rishis were the first and remain unparalleled. Modern day scientists still refer to the pages recorded by our ancestral rishis to grasp their revelations and to make it available to humanity at large today in a way that they can grasp it. Therefore, this brilliant rishi civilization, which proved to the whole world beyond doubt that achieving in the inner world the space of oneness with Paramashivam, living in alignment with the cosmic principles, is the one-stop solution to being a high achiever and to achieve global peace. It is this Rishi civilization that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today. The technology, the Vedic age technology of the great Rishis, whether they built the great aircrafts or the ancient televisions, the technology was such that the starting point of fueling and triggering the equipment in their technology was oneness, where the rishis would get into this and chant certain vibrations, certain mantras, and that was the very fuel for the technology to start working. The Vedic age cutting edge technology never intruded into nature. It was a technology that first bowed down to nature and ensured oneness with the whole of nature, fueled only through oneness, through energized chants, through the energy of sound, through the energy of light. It is only through these most non-violent means that the Vedic age technology functioned. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared to the whole of humanity that he is bringing back the Vedic age technology, the very televisions that existed during the times of Meenakshi, the flying aircrafts that existed in the Vedic age. During the times of Meenakshi, there were huge granite slabs in the homes of her citizens. And those were the traditional televisions. And when she wanted to appear and deliver her message, her people would simply gather in front of the stone slabs, and they would get into the space of oneness and chant certain specific mantra and raise their frequency, and they would be able to see Meenakshi appearing on those very stone slabs, delivering her message to them. Those are the traditional televisions of the Vedic era. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already made this a reality today, where his initiated disciples are able to project remote visions on small stone slabs, which are called the Krishta Shila. Shila meaning stone in Sanskrit. They are able to project remote projections on stone slabs called Krishta Shila, and they are able to make it visible to the people beside them. Therefore, this technology of television that happened during the times of Meenakshi, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already successfully demonstrated today through his initiated disciples. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously making his vision a reality. But the best of the best, the most exciting times are yet to happen. With now Kailasa, the only Hindu nation being established successfully by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, through Kailasa, which is the seed bank for Hinduism, which holds the treasures of the various gifts of Hinduism. Through Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is on his mission of making into reality his vision that he has unfolded continuously to humanity of reviving a Hindu magical civilization. The civilization where people lived manifesting the various spiritual powers of Paramashiva, where education happened in the Gurukul through downloading of information directly from the cosmic archives. The grand vision the Supreme has for this temple city of Madurai is beyond our imagination, as this kingdom of Madurai is known as the Kailasonnata Shyamalapeetha Sarvajnapeetham. Kailasonnata means the best of Kailasas. Therefore, this kingdom of Madurai, because it was established and ruled by Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi themselves, it is referred to as the Kailasonnata Shyamalapeetha Sarvajnapeetham, meaning the best of Kailasas, and therefore the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also is too grand for this temple city of Madurai. Sarvajnapeetham itself means university in our common language today, where every enlightened ecosystem functioned as an independent university, where all the sampradayas and traditions of Hinduism were taught, and they flourished once upon a time during the pre-invasion eras. Madurai was a Sarvajnapeetham. Tiruvannamalai was a Sarvajnapeetham. And within each Sarvajnapeetham, the various Hindu traditions such as Shaivism, Shakta worship, Vaishnavism, and so on existed. And they were taught by the various incarnations and gurus in that particular ecosystem. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as Paramashiva himself, is seated as the head of multiple such Sarvajnapeethams that existed once upon a time, and he's reviving all these Sarvajnapeethas to their pristine glory. Through reviving the Guru Parampara, the grand lineage of gurus and disciples who have kept this whole tradition, enlightenment sciences alive, Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been kept alive only through the Guru-disciple lineage, where over generations, this knowledge of enlightenment was preserved in succession through initiation, Diksha, and today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has himself happened to take this Guru-disciple lineage to its next level of grand revival, himself being the link between the remaining gurus in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, linking them to his disciples through his own self, and ensuring that all the sciences of Hinduism are carried forth through the Guru-disciple lineage and kept alive forever. In his recent live appearance, gracing the participants of the Paramashiva 21-day program, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism once again reiterated for us to understand that the Guru-disciple lineage is the sole custodian of everything of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, whether it is the Yoga Pada, the Jnana Pada, the Kriya Pada, or the Charya Pada. Meaning, whether it is all the sciences to do with worship, which is the Kriya Pada, or all the traditions of Hinduism to do with yoga, the science of yoga, or everything of Sanatana Hindu Dharma to do with the Jnana Pada, which is all the Vedas, the teachings, the powerful cognitions, and the spiritual powers themselves. Or it is the whole of Sanatana Hindu Dharma related to the Charya Pada, which is the lifestyle component of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism once again declared that everything of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the sole custodian of everything, is Parampara, the Guru Shishya Parampara, because it is the Guru Shishya Parampara that kept all of this alive over centuries of brutal persecution, thousands of them giving up their lives to preserve this enlightenment sciences and pass it on to the next generation. As the last burning lamp of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, to pass on, to light millions of lamps and take this forward before it is completely destroyed. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, has graced planet Earth as the very embodiment, the living energy of Paramashiva, and has today successfully created the seed bank of Hinduism, from which this entire glorious civilization can be reinstated with all its components. The Aushadha Annadhan Seva is continuously happening in Kailasa, Madurai. From today, we will be witnessing a step up in the numbers of devotees entering Madurai as we're approaching the coronation celebrations of Devi Meenakshi and the Digvijayam celebrations of Devi Meenakshi, conquering all quarters of the world and bringing it under her single rule. And the Meenakshi Thirukalyanam is going to happen on the 21st, just 3 days ahead of us. This glorious kingdom of Madurai has witnessed, starting from Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi, great incarnations ruling its seat. The great saint Tirujnana Sambandar is the first known ruling pontiff from the recorded history of Madurai who ruled this kingdom of Madurai. Tirujnana Sambandar stayed in Madurai and revived the Madurai Adinam, which is one of the most ancient Shaivite mutts today. It is while he was residing in Madurai Adinam that the great Saint Tirujnana Sambandar healed the king Gunpandian, the Pandya king who ruled Madurai at that time. He healed him of his hunchback and he healed him of a treacherous fever that had possessed him because of the evil of evil forces who were prevalent in Madurai at that time, disguised as Jain monks, threatening to wipe out Adishaivism, the very Vedic tradition of Madurai. It is Saint Tirujnana Sambandar who enlightened the King Pandya and saved Madurai from the evil forces. And it is during this time that the Pandya king, when he was completely healed by Tirujnana Sambandar, he offered the whole kingdom to the divine feet of Tirujnana Sambandar. Tirujnana Sambandar is originally from the Chola kingdom. But when the Pandya king offered his entire Pandya kingdom to the divine feet, Tirujnana Sambandar simply told him that he could have his kingdom and he would instead appoint a Rajaguru who will in his ruling of the kingdom. In the Hindu tradition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that it is always through soft power that the great incarnations and enlightened beings ruled the people. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed to us the hard power and soft power. Hard power is to do with laws, rules, do's and don'ts, whereas soft power is always through empowering, inspiring, raising the consciousness of human beings and giving understanding. It is all about life-inspiring, liberating, enlightening, and this can be directly seen from the life of Trignyana Sambandar as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the deeper truths of the life incidents of Trignyana Sambandar, where he was offered the entire Pandya kingdom by Gun Pandyan as a token of gratitude for saving his life, for disillusioning him, and for restoring Adi Shaivism in Madurai. But Trignyana Sambandar, when he had the opportunity to simply bring both the Chola and the Pandya kingdoms under him, he simply refused and said he will instead appoint a Rajaguru who will give the required life-inspiring, liberating, enlightening, freeing advice, spiritual counseling continuously to the king through soft power, and the king could retain the control with him and rule the kingdom successfully. These are the great incarnations and beings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma who were never interested in hard power. Theirs was only soft power through which they liberated and enlightened beings. In this glorious lineage of rulers of this kingdom of Madurai is the great Sri Adi Shankaracharya, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has revealed that Sri Adi Shankaracharya is the 117th Guru Mahasannidhanam of this kingdom of Madurai. Today, as we worship Bhagavan Somasundareshwara on the Adhikara Nandi, his own divine sacred bull, we recall one of the most delightful leelas of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara here in Madurai, where he appears as a fisherman and enacts a leela. In this leela, where Bhagavan Paramashiva appears as a fisherman, it goes that on one occasion, Paramashiva was giving his upadesha, his teachings, to his beloved consort Devi. And Lord Mahaganapati and Lord Subramanya were also present, the two sons of Bhagavan Paramashiva and Devi Parvati. And during the upadesha, Bhagavan Paramashiva noticed the inattentiveness of Devi, and he immediately sends her to planet Earth, saying that she will take birth as a daughter in a fisherman family, and he himself will come and teach her the lesson and bring her back to Kailasa. Upon hearing this, Lord Subramanya and Lord Mahaganapati take on the side of Devi and counter the words of Paramashiva, and Paramashiva, in order to teach them a lesson as well, gives the appropriate teachings to Lord Subramanya and Lord Mahaganapati. When he utters towards Lord Mahaganapati that he too will be born on planet Earth, as he will be born in the ocean as a huge fish, his utterance is received by Nandi Devar, who happens to cross between Paramashiva and Mahaganapati right at that moment that Paramashiva was delivering this to Mahaganapati. And therefore, instead of Lord Mahaganapati, Nandi Devar takes on that utterance from Paramashiva, and he is born as a huge fish in the ocean. And Devi takes the form of the daughter in a fisherman's family. Over course of time, Nandi Devar inside the ocean starts creating all the great troubles for the fishermen, biting their nets. And not only that, Nandi Devar manages to retrieve the Vedas that were simply flung into the ocean by Lord Subramanya in a fit of rage when Paramashiva uttered towards Devi that she will have to go down and take birth as a daughter in a fisherman family. Nandi Devar manages to secure the Vedas inside the ocean and continues to cause huge trouble to the fishermen, biting their nets and hoping that the more tantrums that he creates, the sooner Paramashiva will grace and take him back along with Devi to Kailasa. Nandi Devar knows his Lord better than anyone else, as he is part of the very secret life of Paramashiva, receiving his most intimate grace and blessings. Soon, the father of Devi in the fisherman community throws open an opportunity for all the fishermen who are present and tells them that whoever takes control of this huge fish that is causing humongous trouble to the entire community, he will give his very daughter in marriage to them. This was the challenge thrown by the very father of Devi in the fisherman community. And right at this juncture, Bhagavan Paramashiva himself assumes the form of a fisherman and carrying his net over his shoulders, arrives at the spot of the fisherman community. And he does his due diligence of liberating Nandi. He spreads his net over the ocean, for which Nandi Deva has been waiting for. He immediately bites the net of Paramashiva, and he is pulled out of the ocean and taken back to Kailasa. And so is Devi, along with Paramashiva, taken back to Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has recalled these delightful leelas of Paramashiva in Madurai. Bhagavan Somasundareshwara has caused countless leelas for the people of Madurai, answering their calls right from their mundane day-to-day life struggles to anything for which they might call out to him. Unfailingly, he has appeared to them in various forms, various disguises, and answered their calls and caused miracles for them in their lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, during his global presidential addresses, has recalled the various leelas of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara. Out of the countless leelas of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara, the great sage Paramjyoti Munivar has compiled merely 64 of them as highlight leelas that comprehensively cover the auspicious dimensions of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara. And this is what is known today as a Thiruvilayadal Puranam. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described in detail each of these Thiruvilayadal stories of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara, not merely the storyline, but the deeper truths, the deeper insights from each of these stories that helps us understand the original intent and purpose of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara enacting the specific leelas. These leelas of the great incarnations are not meant to be understood merely at the story level. We need to understand the layers and layers of deeper meanings, which will reveal the original intent and purpose for which the incarnations have enacted each of these leelas, as the life happenings of incarnations are not happenings just in their own lives. It is completely for the lives of their devotees. Every single incident in the life of the incarnations happens only for the sake of teaching something profound to their devotees. As such, their own lives don't bear individual or independent significance. It is all for the people, by the people, of the people. Therefore, every single incident in the life of the incarnation is only for the sake of humanity. Right from the birth of the incarnation, when they assume the human form, the very purpose of assuming the human form is for the sake of humanity. Therefore, the original happening of the incarnation itself is not for themselves, but for humanity, for others. And therefore, right from their birth to every single incident is for the sake of the people. And therefore, we need to understand their life incidents and extract the original intent and purpose of each life incident. And this is possible only when these life incidents are decoded from the highest possible frequency from which the incident itself happened, which is the superconscious frequency of the incarnations. And therefore, when we have amongst us today the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the very manifestation of Paramashiva, from the very superconsciousness of Paramashiva, from which these leelas have happened in the life of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara, we are most fortunate to be hearing directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism these leelas decoded for us, revealing to us the ultimate intent and purpose for which each of them was enacted. Like how we are able to understand today Nandi Devar, the sacred bull of Paramashiva, what are his original auspicious qualities and attributes? What is it that we need to actually imbibe from Nandi Devar? All of this is possible today only because we have the very superconsciousness of Paramashiva itself revealing its leelas to us. The people of Madurai are continuously coming in to have their Aushadha meal. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, during his various global presidential addresses, has revealed the Nada Kala, which is the principle of sound, the Nada Tattva. In his offering of the science of Kaya Kalpa Yoga to humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained the principle of Nada Kala, the principle of sound. And as part of revealing the Nada Kala, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has guided us, humanity, into what is known as the Mano Mauna, the Mana Un Mana, which is not just verbal silence, but mental silence, where you are just there and existence is just there. And it is a beautiful music between you and existence. That is it. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that during his days in the Sri Ramakrishna Math between 1995 and 1999, he would experience this deep Manomauna sitting on the banks of the river Ganges, flowing in Calcutta near Belur Math. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given to us, humanity, various locations available today which can help us experience this Manomauna. The living energies, living beings, direct manifestations of Kailasa, which are available today on planet Earth to help us experience this. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals, just sit in Manomauna on the banks of the river Ganges, or in the banks of river Kaveri, or near the Arunachala hill, or if you sit on the top of our Shyamalapeetha Sarvajnapeetham roof, which is this Kailasa Madurai, where the Annadhan is happening today. And if you simply watch The Indra Vimanam of Sundareshwara, the supreme point of Hinduism, refers to the temple tower of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara of the Meenakshi Amman temple. If you simply watch the Indra Vimanam of Sundareshwara and sit in Manomauna, you can simply reach Kailasa. The Indra Vimanam of Sundareshwara is directly from Kailasa. The Garbhagraha of Sundareshwara is directly from Kailasa. Therefore, the river Ganga, the river Kaveri, the Arunachala hill, the Kalpataru, the Kalpavriksha, the sacred banyan tree of Adi Kailasa, and the Indra Vimana of the Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple, all of these are the most sacred objects. In the very words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he says we should call them sacred living energy manifestations. They are the living energies, the living beings. And of course, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, I also include Kailasa hill in Tibet. Near all of these, if you merely sit in Manomauna, nothing to talk, because there is nothing which they don't know. These energies don't know. Only if you are sitting in front of a person whom you think doesn't know something, you are compelled to convey or talk. But here, all these living energies are Paramashiva themselves. They simply know everything before even you think. What kind of thought currents you will have, they know even before you start thinking. So there is nothing for you to think. Just sit with any of these, with Ganga, Kaveri, Arunachala hill, or the banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, or the Indra Vimana of the Shyamalapeetha Sarvajnapeetham. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further reveals, if you are in a location where you do not have access to any of these around you, you can use my Atma Murti, which is the Atma Murti, the deity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives this most simple technique of Mano Mauna, sitting with any of these living energies or his own Atma Murti, with nothing to talk or nothing to share. And then we will start understanding the differences between sound, music, words, and we will start understanding the very nuances of the Nadakala, the principle of sound. And we will also start understanding all languages that we do not even know. And we will start manifesting what we want just by creating the right sounds. When we start practicing this Manomauna, sitting in front of any of these living energies or in front of the Atma Murti of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, soon we will master the Nadakala, the principle of sound, and we will be able to create certain right sounds and manifest whatever we want in our lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalls his own yoga guru, Sri Raghupati Yogi, who was a master and adept in this Nadakala, who could create different types of sounds and manifest whatever he wanted through it, which could be as simple as wanting to bring down a specific coconut from a coconut tree. He would simply make a sound of a stone cracking, and the specific coconut would be brought down from the tree. Sri Raghupati Yogi, Yogananda Puri, was an adept in the principle of sound. These various spiritual powers of Paramashiva, manifesting these powers was the very lifestyle in the ancient enlightened civilization, which is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has further revealed that the various yogic kriyas, the various detoxing processes, detoxing of our body and preparing our body to manifest these spiritual powers, and the methodologies to rejuvenate our internal organs, changing our very entire DNA structure, our genetical code, to align it for the superconscious breakthrough. All of these raising the Kundalini Shakti, the bioenergy inside us, to flood our internal organs, to facilitate anti-aging to happen in us. All of these, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is now reviving. He has further revealed that in Madurai, during the period of Meenakshi and Somasundareshwara, all of these were prevalent and applied as a practical lifestyle, which is what he will be reviving today for the whole of humanity. Yesterday, we witnessed the celebrations of the great Saint Tirujnana Sambandar reviving Adi Shaivism in Madurai, the celebration of his revival of Adi Shaivism in Madurai. Saint Tirujnana Sambandar, who is the very incarnation of Paramashiva, his Leela of reviving Adi Shaivism in Madurai has been recorded along with Paramashiva's own Leelas in the Thiruvilayadal Puranam. His is the only Leela performed by someone other than Paramashiva himself. As the incarnation of Paramashiva, Tirujnana Sambandar's Leela of reviving Adi Shaivism in Madurai is part of the 64 Leelas of Paramashiva himself in Madurai. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again described the lives of these great saint incarnations. And through their life incidents, he has revealed to us the deeper truths that we need to imbibe as part of our life. We are now having the darshan of the temple towers of the Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple. The temple towers are lit magnificently, celebrating the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam on this day 7. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed from the life of the great saint Tirujnana Sambandar how his famous composition of Kolara Padigam describes how ferociously we must break free from the Maya matrix. The simple expressions of the great saint Tirujnana Sambandar hold profound truths in them, which can be decoded and revealed to us only from the very consciousness from which Tirujnana Sambandar delivered it, which is the consciousness of Paramashiva himself, the superconsciousness. In these compositions of the great saint Tirujnana Sambandar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that the Saint Tirujnana Sambandar is talking about the ferociousness with which we need to handle the Maya matrix, where only through ferociousness we can go beyond it, never through victimhood, where the ferociousness makes us go beyond all clutches as we know it and remain integrated only to Paramashiva. And this has been demonstrated in the very life of Tirujnana Sambandar, where on one occasion, when he's about to set out to Madurai, the Saint Tirunavakarasar, or Appar as we know him, tells him that the positions of the grihas or the planets are not right currently and that he should not set out to Madurai at that particular time. But Tirujnana Sambandar never listens to anybody other than Paramashiva. He does not care about anything which is under the Maya matrix. He believes only in Paramashiva. Therefore, defying all the laws of the planets, he sets out to Madurai and emerges successful in completely restoring the Veda Neri the Vedic tradition in Madurai, defeating the anti-evil forces posing to be the Jain monks, and disillusioning King Gunpandian, healing the king, and restoring Madurai to her beloved religion of Adishaivism. Through these various compositions, the Jnana Sambandar and all the other great saints of the Hindu tradition convey the most profound truths to us, for us to go beyond the Maya matrix. Saint Jnana Sambandar lived just 16 years on the planet, but his life was one of complete oneness with Paramashiva and powerfulness, where there was not a moment of powerlessness in him. During his age of 3, his first moment when he started sensing that the individual identity might start surfacing, he immediately appealed to the cosmos itself by crying as a 3-year-old child, drawing the immediate attention of Paramashiva and Devi Parvati, who appeared, and Devi Parvati herself fed her breast milk in a divine cup to Saint Jnana Sambandar, thus restoring him in the space of cosmic consciousness and enlightening him at that very moment. Saint Jnana Sambandar, in these compositions of the Kolara Padigam, brings forth, as per the revelations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, 3 main understandings for us. First, how we understand the Maya matrix. What is our inner space holding as our purpose? Is it the prevalent ideas of society, or is it the existential reality as per the cosmic truths? It is this which decides whether we are under the Maya matrix or moving out of the Maya matrix. Second, how ferocious we are with the Maya matrix. If we are already bitten by the Maya matrix, then we need to become ferocious and break free from it, from the part of us that has already been bitten by the Maya matrix. And third, and with that same ferociousness, manifest the powers and break free from the Maya matrix. These great saints, enlightened saints and incarnations of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, have themselves delivered various compositions to the whole of humanity that have been recorded and sung as the various devotional songs today in the Shiva temples around the world. And each of these songs is an enlightening piece of teaching independently by itself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again revealed the deeper truths of these various compositions of these great incarnations and saints of the Tamil literature and of various other masters of the Hindu tradition, and helped us to understand through various angles, through various means, these greater truths and how to live a powerful life in oneness with Paramashiva and radiate his powers, declaring our conscious sovereignty over everything that exists, declaring our conscious sovereignty over the entire cosmos, to the extent that we will even be able to change our past itself. In one of his most recent live appearances, gracing the participants of the 21-day Paramashivaham program, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism unleashed the cosmic secrets of how to change our very past. Humanity submits to its past as dead material which can never be changed, which can never be healed, and human beings continue to live under the load of their past, projecting their past onto their future, and therefore repeating the very patterns of the past and reinventing their past in the future. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has time and again given breakthrough cognitions to be liberated from our past. And in his most recent appearance, gracing the 21-day Paramashivaham program participants, he has once again unleashed the cosmic secret and truths as to how to completely disassociate from the past and even change our past, which may seem most illogical and paradoxical, but it is the truth as per the profound truths of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And to facilitate these truths for us in our life, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts the Paramashivakam program, the 21-day groundbreaking program giving a superconscious breakthrough for humanity, which is conducted continuously around the year, back to back, in 3 levels, in basic and advanced levels. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also given us the opportunity to attend this program as per our convenience in today's modern world. Whether we wish to attend this program as a 21-day package or enroll ourselves for each day's program individually, because each day of this program is designed as an independent breakthrough package for us. So we may be able to participate in each of its day or any of its days individually or in its 21-day entirety. We invite each and every one of you watching this live relay to enroll yourself in this Paramashivakam program and avail of the tremendous spiritual gifts and breakthrough cognitions, methodologies, techniques, spiritual alchemy products as gifts that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously showering on us humanity through this Paramashivakam program. The link to enroll yourself in this program is ecitizen.info/PSM. ecitizen.info/PSM. And through this Paramashivakam program that we have the live darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, every single day, gracing us, manifesting a specific energy of Paramashiva every day as Lord Rama, Lord Krishna, Lord Veerabhadra, Lord Mahakala Bhairava, Lord Mahaganapathi, Lord Subramanya, as the various 64 superconscious mutation manifestations of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism appears in live darshan every single day of this 21-day Paramashivakam program and delivers breakthrough cognitions for us and gives us powerful dikshas or initiations to take us to the next levels of our conscious existence. Every day in the Paramashivakam program is packed with various dikshas. It is after a huge gap for humanity that Diksha is happening today on the planet Earth directly from the living manifestation of Paramashiva himself. Therefore, this is an opportunity of not just this lifetime, but multiple lifetimes. It is happening after a huge gap where Paramashiva himself is available to us in human form, transmitting the Diksha, the initiation, which is the very backbone, core of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma tradition. It is only through initiation that we can have a superconscious breakthrough. The powerful cognitions are delivered directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and these cognitions are bolted in us through the Diksha or initiations. The Paramashivakam program is an opportunity of multiple lifetimes to be introduced to the various superconscious mutation manifestation energies of Paramashiva directly by the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And it is a huge opportunity for us, having taken the human birth and waiting to be enlightened with or without our knowledge. We have amongst us living the very energy of Paramashiva, who's available to us through today's technology, where through the very comfort of our homes, we can receive the Diksha and the powerful cognitions and the spiritual gifts. We invite each and every one of you not to miss this opportunity to enroll yourself immediately in this Paramashivakam program for the next day's sessions that will be starting, which you can, the timings of which you can avail at ecitizen.info/PSM. ecitizen.info/PSM. We have instances of the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism attending every single season of the Paramashivaham program, because it takes them to deeper and deeper layers within themselves, causing huge, miraculous manifestations in their life in the areas of health, of wealth, of relationships, and above all, manifesting spiritual powers such as reading blindfolded through the energy of the third eye after receiving the third eye awakening Diksha from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given a breakthrough and has made the third eye a common feature amongst humanity. It existed once upon a time during the times of the Mahabharata, where we have heard Sanjaya, through the power of the third eye, being able to see all the happenings in the great Kurukshetra war field and narrating it merely through the power of his third eye remote vision to the blind king Dhritarashtra. This third eye power, today with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is available to us once again as part of our own lives. Today, born blind people have received initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they have been able to read just by the power of their third eye. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving all the powers of Paramashiva and gifting it to humanity through this Paramashivoham program, this 21-day miracle program that he has made available to humanity out of his infinite compassion and love, where continuously he makes himself available through this platform of this Paramashivoham program and enlightens beings from all over the world who participate in this program and take back the spiritual gifts, the dikshas, initiations, the powerful cognitions, the deeper understandings, and start living a hugely transformed life. And they come back for the seasons continuously, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously is available through this Paramashivoham platform today. I repeat once again, to enroll into the Paramashivam program, visit ecitizen.info/PSM. We are continuing to have the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam celebrations, and very soon we will be concluding today's celebrations and preparing for the grand Meenakshi Pattabhishekam coronation ceremony of tomorrow, where we will be celebrating the coronation of Devi Meenakshi as the Parabhattarika, the queen of the whole of the cosmos. And we have the unique opportunity to offer our gifts at the feet of Devi Meenakshi by offering it at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who embodies the energy of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi in him. On this 7th day of the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam, Bhagavan Somasundareshwara is gracing us on the Adhikara Nandi, and Devi Meenakshi is gracing us on the Yali, the prehistoric divine being that existed before it became extinct, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared he would be reviving for the whole of humanity to see. And today, as part of the 7th day celebrations, we are also celebrating the happening of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara as the Bhikshatana, the divine begging mendicant, assuming the form of a divine begging mendicant and enlightening the Tarukavana rishis and the Rishi Patnis, the rishis' wives. It is an opportunity for us to bow down to Adhikara Nandi, the divine sacred bull vehicle of Paramashiva, who is an embodiment of the auspicious attributes of engaging with responsibility and enriching the lives of people and operating from the truth that I am the source, and therefore earning the very trust of Paramashiva where Paramashiva himself is seated on Nandi Devar as his divine vehicle. Each celebration in the Hindu tradition holds profound lessons for us. They are not mere celebrations, like how this Aushadha Annadhan Seva, serving of food infused with conscious energy by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his beloved people of Madurai. It is not merely food for a hungry stomach, it is food for consciousness. Similarly, all celebrations in the Hindu tradition are not mere celebrations for enjoyments, they are food nourishing our very souls. When we understand the context of the celebration every single day, we tune in to the deeper truths and we participate at a much deeper level during these festivities. The Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple releases its invitation for the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam in a grand manner, detailing the very context of each day's celebrations with beautiful photographs of Meenakshi and Somasundareshwara on their respective divine vehicles each day, and explains the context for each day with compositions from the great saints, such as Trignana Sambandar, Manika Vasagar, Tirunavakarasar, and so on. Verses from their original compositions that extol the glory of each day's celebrations. All of this is done in Sanatana Hindu Dharma with one sole agenda of enlightening us, of enlightening humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made available 24/7 live relay of specific locations on the planet Earth. And one of it is this darshan of the Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple, which we are now watching. It is the view from Kailasa, Madurai. 24/7, we can have the darshan of the glorious temple towers of the Meenakshi Somasundareshwara temple and soak in the energy of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi. Similarly, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made available continuous live relay through day and night of the Kalpa Vriksha of Adhikara, the sacred banyan tree, which is Paramashiva himself in tree form. This Kalpa Vriksha, the banyan tree in Adi Kailasa, Bengaluru, is the geographical reflection of the original banyan tree, the Kalpa Vriksha, the celestial banyan tree, under which Paramashiva sits and rules the entire universe. Merely having darshan of the Kalpa Vriksha of Adi Kailasa is having darshan of the original celestial Kalpa Vriksha, the boon-giving tree under which Paramashiva is seated. Similarly, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made available the continuous live relay of the sacred Arunachala of Tiruvannamalai, which is Paramashiva himself in hill form. Every single effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is towards aligning us humanity, towards living in alignment with the cosmic principles and living in oneness with Paramashiva. Time and again, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has urged humanity to wake up and move beyond our current day differences, our current day political borders, our current day conflicts and forms of violence, and start living as a whole global family, embracing non-violence as the foundational principle, Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Non-violence is the ultimate cosmic principle. This is the founding principle of Kailasa, the only nation Hindu established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The United States of Kailasa, under the divine guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is unwaveringly dedicated to fostering global harmony. This endeavor is pursued by building bridges of understanding and fortifying the bonds of friendship among nations through the channels of spiritual and cultural diplomacy. By the profound principles outlined in various documents of the global organizations such as the United Nations, Kailasa consistently supports international forums and discussions. Kailasa representatives actively engage in deliberations on focused issues, expressing the concerns of the expansive Hindu diaspora. And they continuously offer Hindu-centric solutions to nations across the globe in alignment with the principles expounded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. A significant step towards this global effort. On December 8, 2023, Kailasa collaborated with the United Nations for free education globally. The princesses and ambassadors of the United States of Kailasa represented the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the event titled Gen Z Take on Education, hosted at the United Nations in Geneva. The theme of the event was meaningful participation of young people in shaping the future of education. Princesses of Kailasa and graduates of the Nithyananda Gurukul attended this event to raise the awareness about the challenges faced by indigenous Hindu youth and specifically female children. These representatives themselves have been victims of generational Hindu ethnocide and genocide. But with the blessings and guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the divine ecosystem of the Nithyananda Gurukul, they have not only persevered, but have excelled as leaders. In this event, the princesses have committed on behalf of Kailasa to collaborate with the United Nations for providing education for all children across the globe freely. While the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism stands unparalleled in his contributions in reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma, he also stands unparalleled in withstanding the worst ever persecutions done to an individual in the history of humanity. While Hinduism itself has faced thousands of years of persecution in an attempt to eliminate it from the face of this earth, the persecution of the Hindus was never really told to the world. On the contrary, false narratives were spread, completely false history books were created and taught at the primary and secondary school levels, replacing the original traditional Gurukul Vedic curriculum. Today, with the undaunted efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the United Nations has recognized the multi-level persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and of the ethnocide and genocide of Hindus at large, which is a monumental milestone in the history of Hindus and humanity, as centuries of injustice and violation of fundamental human rights have finally come to light on a global stage, solely by the sheer dedication to justice for Hindus on the part of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The United Nations Office of the High Commission of Human Rights has published 14 reports thus far, reports submitted by Kailasa, where the history of this ethnocide is brought to the attention of the international audiences for the first time. These reports published by the United Nations include reports on freedom of opinion and expression, on elimination elimination of discrimination against women, on violence against women, its causes and consequences, on the promotion of a democratic and equitable international order, of gender, justice, and freedom of opinion and expression. A report on women's and girls' enjoyment of human rights in humanitarian situations, and a report on non-state actors and enforced disappearances. Reports on the promotion and protection of the right to freedom of opinion and expression, on the sale and sexual exploitation of children, including child prostitution, child pornography, and other child sexual abuse material, on the restoration of child victims and survivors of sale and sexual exploitation. Special report on violence against women, attacks on the signs of power manifestation, reports on the right to education advances and challenges, reports on indigenous people and the right to freedom of religion or belief, on religious freedom, sexual orientation, and gender identity, with active engagements with the United Nations, and lastly, on eradicating poverty in a post-growth context, preparing for the next development goals. The United Nations has published all of these 14 reports submitted by Kailasa thus far. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has continuously appealed to humanity that it is time to start living the cosmic law-centric lifestyle, where we need to align ourselves and enrich others to align to the enlightened lifestyle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that there are only two choices in front of us. Either all of us wake up and decide to make decisions and policies based on the cosmic principles revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, consciousness-centric lifestyle, enlightened civilizational thought currents, so that we all coexist, which is the best way to exist. Or the other choice, if we do not wake up and decide to coexist, the other choice will be nothing will be left. It is time we all wake up and decide to align our lifestyle, our policies, our everything centered on cosmic principles. It is time to look beyond our borders as a whole global family. Kailasa's effort is to unite all nations. Uniting all the nations is fundamentally to enrich everyone with the highest values. Hinduism very clearly says, Ahimsa paramo dharmaha, non-violence is the ultimate cosmic principle. The natural law of the cosmos functions centered on ahimsa, coexistence, non-violence. It is time we all wake up to this truth. We can apply this principle whether on a simple decision of what we eat or on major decisions related to external affairs policies between countries, relationship between countries. At whatever level, it is time we bring enlightened principles, cosmic principles with a global vision. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism urges that it is time we focus more on the right education, more than developing armies. It is time we focus more on researching longevity rather than researching biological weapons. The Constitution of Kailasa gives fundamental rights to all beings, not just to Hindus or not just to human beings. All living beings have a right to exist, to be treated as the manifestations of Paramashiva. The first amendment of the Kailasa constitution is the right to treat yourself, to treat others, and to be treated by others as Paramashiva, as God himself. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism urges humanity. Let us all decide to respect, revere, honor, accept, coexist with all beings, not just with human beings. Planet Earth is for animals too, not only for human beings. We human beings need to realize that we cannot survive on the planet by eliminating all other species. It is time we wake up and treat all beings with not just human rights, but with divine rights. It is time we look beyond our ideas of currency, of army, of political ideologies, of political borders, of religious philosophies, and look at the whole planet Earth and all its beings through the cosmic principles. Kailasa is striving to present cosmic, conscious, enlightened, principle-centric model communities, ecosystems all over the world. It is the personal call of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the Hindu diaspora. O Hindus all over the world, you are all successful. You are the richest ethnic minority in every country you have settled, whether it is the United States of America, or Canada, or UK, or Australia. It is time you take these cosmic principles from the Veda Agami constitution and enrich the whole world. It is time we need to enrich the world with these cosmic principles and revive the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization. It is no more about just removing the extreme poverty. It is not just stopping the deforestation. It is not just protecting the animal rights. It is making everyone feel everything is divine. We need to look at everything from the principles of the cosmos. It is time for us to wake up. Let us all resolve, with the grace of Paramashiva, to stand for the principles of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that he himself has revealed in the Vedas and Agamas. And let us revive the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization and its cosmic principles. And through it, let us protect planet Earth, the only home we have, and thrive through coexistence, not just through tolerance. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally urges, with these very words, I sincerely request these lofty ideals, goals, policies should not just be in books. They should come to the real decision-making tables. All the statesmen, all the dignitaries, all the influencers in the field of entertainment, the celebrities, the social media influencers. I request all of you, let us be the real change. These are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, urging humanity to start living the cosmic principles as advocated in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, as Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not a religion, but the very science of living enlightenment. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived all the dimensions of Hinduism, from the powers of Paramashiva to the sacred scriptures, to temple rituals, to the lifestyle for enlightened living. He has established innumerable Kailasas around the world to uphold the teachings of the Paramashiva in the form of temples, Paduka Mandirs, Satsang centers, Paramashivashakti centers, universities, and Sarvajnapeethas. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the Sacred Arts University, which has produced 1 million metal deities, and he has distributed them to all the various Kailasa ecosystems around the world. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized as the leader of Hinduism with more than 10,000 letters of commendation and recognition for his colossal work of reviving this nation of Kailasa. These commendation letters are from various country statesmen, religious leaders, and noteworthy personalities across the globe. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been declared as Bhagavan, God himself, and graces with the title Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti, meaning accepted by all the Hindu kings as the emperor or the supreme ruler of both the Pitas and the Samrajyas, which is the spiritual Sanatana Hindu kingdoms and the states. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized and coronated as the successor of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms, and he has assumed the responsibility to revive these ancient kingdoms back to their original glory and rebuild the Enlightenment ecosystems. However, the outstanding of all of the numerous contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the revival of a Hindu nation, Kailasa, and his vision for an enlightened civilization. The ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization once upon a time existed in 56 nations with 200 kingdoms, 1,700 Hindu provinces, and 10,000 Hindu traditions centuries ago. However, centuries of religious persecution has made Hindus orphaned with no country representing them. The last Hindu nation to fall was Nepal in the year 2007. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving Hinduism to its glory in the United States of Kailasa, which stands for human rights and religious freedom for all Hindus worldwide, protecting Hindus from persecution in over 100 countries. Kailasa is the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilizational nation with its own sovereign territory. It is the first sovereign state for all the 2 billion born and practicing Hindus forming the Hindu diaspora worldwide. Unlike any other modern nation, the United States of Kailasa provides a base for the revival, preservation, and central administration of Hinduism, similar to the Vatican, which serves as a central administration hub for the Roman Catholic Church. The United States of Kailasa stands for all the great values enshrined in the Constitution of Kailasa, which are the Vedas and the Agamas. It is governed by the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, the oldest governing body for Hinduism. The state flag of Kailasa is called the Rishabha Dwaja. Today, we witnessed on day 1 of the Chithirai Peruvizha, the raising of the Rishabha Dwaja, which is the flag carrying the image of Rishabha, the sacred bull of Paramashiva. The state flag of Kailasa is also the Rishabha Dwaja. The Kailasa flag has 4 elements: the Nandi, the Paramahamsa bird symbol, and the Anandagandha image of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which symbolizes his pure presence, his divine presence, and 4th, the image of Paramashiva himself. The form of Paramashiva in this flag of Kailasa is his cosmic form, worshipped as Mahasadashiva, where he appears with 25 heads, 50 hands. It is the most powerful and ultimate form, as he himself describes this form in the Agamas. And in the flag of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivamam, is seated in front of Paramashiva. The Kailasa flag is deep maroon in color. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the deep maroon kavi color is associated with Tyaga, renunciation with the right context, and also associated with sannyas. It is because of the renunciation of the monks of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is even available to humanity today. thousands and lakhs of sannyasis and sadhus have given up their lives in protecting the Hindu sacred scriptures, temples, the knowledge transmission systems, the gurukuls, and the deities themselves. And this deep maroon kavi color symbolizes all of their sacrifice, their commitment, and their integrity to Sanatana Hindu Dharma. All Kailasavasis, born Hindus and practicing Hindus all over the world, are welcome to download, print, and hoist this Rishabha in your own homes and offices to declare your integrity and support to Kailasa, the first sovereign state for Hindus, taking care that you are in accordance with your local and national laws for the protocols for hoisting the flag. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, wherever you put this flag, that space will intensely vibrate with Paramashiva's breathing space. Anywhere you put this Kailasa cosmic flag, the Rishabha, Paramashiva's breathing space will simply fill it. Paramashiva's inner space will simply fill it. In your office, in your home, cars, temples, everywhere, have this Kailasa flag. This is directly approved by Paramashiva himself. It is directly the flag of Paramashiva. Put this flag wherever you can, and you will see Paramashiva's intense breathing space, blessings, and protection is on you. The state emblem of Kailasa is that of Lord Paramashiva and his consort Devi, Paramashivashakti. Lord Paramashiva is shown in his form with 25 heads and 50 hands, with Devi Paramashivashakti seated on his very lap, in divine intimacy, receiving the teachings from Paramashiva. It is in this posture, with Devi seated on his lap, that Paramashiva revealed the Agamas, the sacred teachings available today as the Hindu scriptures, to Devi Paramashivashakti. The sacred scriptures, which are the embodiment of the ultimate truths of life. In the state emblem, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva, is seated in front of Paramashiva as his direct representative and living manifestation. Kailasa is an unbroken cultural, religious, historical, civilizational, and sovereign continuation and revival of multiple historical Hindu sovereign states and Hindu religious entities. Kailasa is a seed bank of Hinduism, a non-violent religious sovereign nation governed by a lineage of enlightened gurus and a complement to every nation. Kailasa is in alignment with the Montevideo Convention of a sovereign state, and it includes a sovereign land, a land under the jurisdiction of a ruler or state, a governmental structure that manages a permanent population, and a permanent population itself with its own citizens, and with the capacity to enter into relations with other states or countries. The mission and vision of Kailasa is to have enlightened living as a lifestyle for all of humanity, and to share with today's world the practical applications of the science of enlightenment. Kailasa represents the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization based on Hinduism, standing as a bold vision of human potential, peaceful coexistence, organic living, and alignment with the whole of nature. Kailasa offers the science of enlightenment as a master key that can solve society's major problems, and wishes to share the practical application of the science as a service for all of humanity in the most user-friendly fashion. Kailasa's supreme aim is to serve the religious and spiritual needs of the 2 billion Hindus and the whole of humanity. And this Kailasa achieves through micro-nations, various Hindu universities, spiritual embassies, 10 monastery complexes and nunneries, food banks, what is known as the Nithyananda Analayas, the animal shelters, the Nithyananda Goshalas, the libraries, the Nithyananda Jnanalayas, organic agriculture, protecting indigenous nations, recognizing gender equality, fostering global peace, protecting ancient sciences, empowering women, eradicating poverty and illiteracy, protecting ancient heritages, teaching religious tolerance. Kailasa continuously works to create strong diplomatic networks with national governments and international organizations to develop and administer humanitarian projects aligned with the world's needs. Today, over 50 cities across the globe have declared the 3rd of January, which is the birth date of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as per the Gregorian calendar, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Day, in recognition of the unprecedented contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity at large. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism not only encourages serving of this Aushadha Annadhan, food infused with conscious energy, to humanity at large through the various Kailasa ecosystems, but he also continuously encourages growing, producing our own food. Organic agriculture and Goshala, animal shelter, specifically caring for cows. The 5th pillar of Kailasa is practicing organic farming and caring for cows and other animals through the Goshalas, cow shelters. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, start growing organic agricultural products such as vegetables, grains, rice, everything organically, natural way as per the Veda Agamic tradition, and start making it freely available on a first come, first served basis. All my sannyasis, Kailasa-vasis, should take this as a priority. Do agriculture and Goshala, and whatever is produced should be shared freely on a first come, first served basis. You set a trend, a model, and inspire the governments, bigger organizations to follow this and start educating the whole world about the right food. Let us take this responsibility of educating the whole world to teach the right knowledge about food and growing food organically, sattvically, as per Veda Agamic tradition, and sharing it freely with the whole world. Further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism urges anything which can suffer should not be killed for your food. Even milk, the cow should be treated with a lot of respect, devotion. Drink milk only from those kind of Goshalas. I am trying to achieve that agamic perfection in all our Goshalas. I wanted all our Goshala in charges all over the world to read the Agamas and understand the spirit with which cows need to be treated. The Adi Shaiva Velalar community, the biological community of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is basically an agriculture-based community with its vocation primarily related to farming or the trade of amenities. This lifestyle is important in the tradition of Adi Shaivism as it holds a profound spiritual context. And it is with this spiritual context that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving this lifestyle of Kailasa. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, just like Goshala, if you work physically on the sand, prepare the soil, grow things, then the most subtle parts of your brain awakens. Every day, Adinavasis should spend at least 1 or 2 hours in agriculture and Goshala. While you do that, keep your inner space in oneness. Let your inner space be with Shiva and your body do the agriculture. In Tamil, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, Unarvil Shaivamum, Udalal Velanmayum, Shaiva Velanmaitvam, which means while your inner space is rested in oneness with Shiva and your body continues to do the agriculture, then it is this which is called the authentic Shaivite way of agriculture. The Adi Shaivites are traditionally known as people of the land. As per this tradition, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made organic agriculture the standard of every Kailasa ecosystem, whether in a small-scale home garden or vertical gardens or as a full-fledged farm. The various Kailasa ecosystems around the world are attached to multiple farmlands in which organic food is grown. And this food is used in the charity services, in the huge food charity services of feeding the people of the region. As we are witnessing today, as part of this Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam of Madurai, the Aushadha Annadhan, the food charity being continuously given to the people of Madurai. Kailasa, equally important, is the pillar of education for re-establishing the enlightened civilization. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the ancient system of education, the Gurukul system of education. Gurukula literally means family of the Guru. Kula means family or clan. In the Gurukul, in ancient civilization, the children lived as one large family with the Guru and learnt these truths without being deprogrammed by society until they were able to irreversibly understand the truths and radiate these truths for themselves and for others as guiding forces in others' lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken on the physics of the Guru-disciple relationship, where he has explained how the holistic lifestyle, covering all dimensions, starting from food to clothing to everyday conversations, to the very thought currents that we harbor in our mind, all of this needs to be addressed for the children, which is why they need to be physically with the Guru. The vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is to make as many millions of children live the life that he himself lived in Tiruvannamalai, his birthplace, as a child, and manifest spiritual powers and live powerfully as delightful manifestations of Paramashiva. In the Gurukul system of education, by the age of 7, the child is given the Gayatri initiation. The Gayatri mantra awakens the inner intelligence of the child to be its guiding force from within. The child grows up repeating the Gayatri mantra. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives the direct cosmic principles to the children who are able to grasp these truths and live them. The children effortlessly mirror the neuron activity happening inside the neurological system of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and they start living these truths effortlessly, rising above the mundane societal understandings and struggles. In the Hindu tradition, Upanishad is sitting at the feet of the master and mirroring the neuron activity happening inside the master, which is the highest possible conscious neuron activity. This is the fundamental science and principle of the Gurukula, where you sit at the feet of the master and automatically mirror the neuron activities in him. Today, we are most fortunate, humanity is most fortunate to have as the Guru, the very living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, where we have the opportunity to sit at the very feet of the living energy of Paramashiva and mirror his neuron activity, which is the ultimate conscious activity possible on the face of this cosmos. And therefore, each one of us should avail of this opportunity in this very lifetime of ours, of connecting with the teachings and the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in all possible ways that we can. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our Gurukul system of education is nothing but awakening the non-mechanical parts of the brain and giving the internet access through it to the cosmic archives. The conventional education system is a book-based education system. The information-based education system, which teaches you how to use your brain as a personal computer. But the Gurukul system is how to use your brain as an entire internet access system. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuously creating the world's largest spiritual literature repository, Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya. As a part of this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism collects hard and scanned copies of various palm leaf manuscripts, ancient Hindu scriptures, and related books from old monasteries, libraries, bookstores, and individuals' homes. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, still Hindus have not left the habit of reading books and learning Hinduism. So as long as that reading books and learning Hinduism is there for Hindus, we must keep a huge library. Digitizing, we will continue to do, but the physical library is also required. The first priority should be knowledge transferring, educating apparatus, tools, systems, methodologies, accessories, and all the things necessary. And all the libraries should be called as Grantha Samadhi, meaning the energy center of spiritual books. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the Kailasa ecosystems all over the world. What is the purpose behind creating these ecosystems, these temple monastery complexes? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals, understand the life human beings are living on the planet Earth is not a complete system. It is evolving. It is a happening, evolving mechanism. The life on planet Earth, even the introduction about you to you, from that to introduction about pain, about pleasure, good, bad, fear, greed, and all the fundamental principles, tattvas, you are introduced. All of them are not a complete system. They are only an evolving organism. Basically, a few people who are dedicated for evolving the human consciousness, doing this research, should be left to do their job without being constantly harassed or interfered by society. That is the purpose why Paramashiva evolved these adinams, for the purpose of exploring consciousness and giving conscious breakthrough continuously. With the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide offer a host of socio-spiritual services for the global diaspora, not just the Hindu diaspora, making available the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the methodologies, the techniques, and the Diksha directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism available to the people. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the world's most watched spiritual guru on the various social media platforms. The teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are available completely free of charge, uploaded on the internet. Right from the year 2001, the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are available. The various yogic kriyas delivered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are all completely available today. These kriyas are for the prevention and cure of various physical and mental disorders. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism functions completely based on the Hindu principle that knowledge is free, and therefore all of his teachings are uploaded completely free of charge on the internet, where every type of spiritual aspirant, seeker today can find his solutions in the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The unprecedented contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized by various entities around the world who have accorded various awards, rewards, and recognitions to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his various unprecedented contributions. Today, the Asia Book of Records has awarded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the maximum number of Brahmotsavams in a year, recorded between March 2nd, 2021 and 18th June 2022. Brahmotsavams meaning the temple festivals or the temple celebrations celebrated by Kailasa during this time period. Further, the Asia Book of Records have also recognized and awarded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the maximum number of books published by a single author, which stands at 1,123. And the Asia Book of Records has awarded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the maximum number of hours of public discourse delivered by a single individual. At the time this award was given to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it was a figure of 2,89,928 hours, covering 7,407 topics. Further, the Asia Book of Records has also awarded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the maximum traditional asanas performed by a group of his disciples, which is 508 asanas in 108 minutes. And the award for the longest duration to hold the Padmasana yogic posture by a group of people, which stands at 3 hours and 10 minutes. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the recipient of the Guinness Book of Records for the largest rope yoga lessons. Rope yoga, known traditionally as the Kundalini Rajju, is performing of yogic postures on a hanging rope, which builds tremendous strength, flexibility, and prepares the body for manifestation of various spiritual powers. This award was given on the 30th of September 2017. And the Guinness record also for the largest pole yoga lesson has been awarded to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The pole yoga is another traditional form of yoga called the Mallakamba, where the yogic postures are performed on a pole. And this award was given on the 3rd of October 2017. Both these traditional forms of yoga tremendously increase the body strength and flexibility and awaken the Kundalini energy, whereby we start radiating spiritual powers as a natural consequence, which is the original intention of yoga as prescribed by Paramashiva. The original intention of yoga is to prepare our body to manifest spiritual powers. The Asia Book of Records has also awarded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the maximum number of verses chanted in 1 hour, demonstrated by his disciples, It stands at 999 verses. And further, an award for the longest duration to chant the sacred Rudra mantra, Sri Rudra mantra, which stands at 30 hours. Also, the Asia Book of Records has been awarded to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the maximum number of songs dedicated to a single person alive, which stands at a figure of 530 kirtans or songs. These are the songs offered at the divine feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by his disciples and devotees. Through attracting these various awards, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously restores the legitimacy to these various dimensions of Hinduism that has been destroyed by the invaders over centuries. Through this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism restores confidence in the born and practicing Hindus on their own culture and tradition, which was robbed from them by the invaders over centuries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked and continues to work relentlessly to restore legitimacy to these Hindu sciences, which is the only hope and only way to help humanity have the superconscious breakthrough. For it is the science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that holds the key to humanity's superconscious breakthrough, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism untiringly works to revive these sciences. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established Kailasas, Nithyananda Sacred Arts University, which produces the various forms of temple arts and artworks. The Kailasas Nithyananda Sacred Arts University functions as a virtual city with 7 working units and a workforce of over 600 people that supplies deities not just to Kailasa's temples, but to other temples as well. And it is the largest temple production center in the world. The entire revival of Kailasa, the revival of the various streams of Kailasa, such as yoga, jnana, the kriyas, the charyapada, the lifestyle, all of these sciences of Hinduism, the revival of them, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started right from his childhood. During his golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored each of these sciences with each of his gurus who lived in Tiruvannamalai at that time. During his golden childhood of Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explored each of these sciences, the science of yoga with Yogi Yogananda Puri, the science of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Sri Sakhi Swamigal, Mata Vibhutananda Puri, the science of Aushadha with Sri Narayana Swami Pillai, the science of Nirahara Samyama and Kaya Kalpa with the great Sri Maunaswami Narayana Swami, the science of Advaita Bhakti with the great Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, the science of enlightenment itself with Sri Annamalai Swamigal, the direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the science of Muruga Bhakti with Sri Jatai Swamigal, the science of Shakta worship, temple building and deity making with Sri Tiruchi Mahaswamigal, the science of universal boundless consciousness with Sri Thinnai Swamigal, another direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the science of self-inquiry with Sri Sadhu Om, once again a direct disciple of Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi, the science of Siddha Vidya with Paramahamsa Shivananda, the science of Shakta worship with Sri Tiruchi Swamigal. Thus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revives the glorious Guru Shishya Parampara through his golden childhood in Tiruvannamalai, connecting with all the Gurus who lived in Tiruvannamalai at that point in time during the 1970s, 80s, and early 90s, and has untiringly worked to revive this Guru Shishya Parampara and take it forward through his disciples forever. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is vested with the authority to teach and initiate humanity through the unbroken chain of Guru Parampara, the Avichinna Guru Parampara, to initiate humanity into Paramashiva Jnana, Paramashiva Advaita, intellectually, experientially, ritualistically, and to give the Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada, which is the energy entanglement, transmission of energy through physical and remote means that connects us directly with the space of Paramashiva. And for this purpose, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has received 16 types of initiations from his gurus, empowering him officially to carry forward the Guru Parampara forever, transmitting the truths and experiences to his disciples and from his disciples to the next generations in cyclic succession. Kailasa is built on the foundation of the Guru and the Guru Parampara. The tree of Kailasa's Guru Parampara is as vast as a banyan tree, covering every nook and crevice of the Vedic knowledge of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The royal curriculum of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during his golden childhood with his gurus was as diverse as Hinduism itself. And he explored these various sciences with his most mysterious and powerful enlightened gurus who lived at that time. The gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were perfectly aware that their disciple was none less than Paramashiva himself, who exceeded all of them in spiritual prowess, who was once again on the planet among them as their own disciple, and yet they played their role with such authenticity until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism left Tiruvannamalai at the age of 17 to embrace the global mission of Kailasa. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his own words, reveals, if still the method of enlightenment, the science of living enlightenment, the science of completion, and the science of the enlightened lifestyle is available to planet Earth, if we are still able to enjoy it, it is just because of the Guru Parampara. It is just because of the Guru Shishya Parampara and the thousands and thousands of our sannyasis, gurus, who have given their very life, who even died, gave up their body many times, just to protect our traditions, our knowledge, and our values. Thousands of sannyasis were killed during the various invasions. Thousands of them fought to protect our values, our traditions. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started his study of scriptures at the tender age of 33. When an incarnation happens in the body, there is every possibility that within 21 months, he may not be able to settle in the body and therefore leave the body. Therefore, it takes 21 months to confirm that the incarnation is grounded in the body. In the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, after the first 21 months, the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism celebrated that he is indeed grounded and going to live, as they performed several traditional tests on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism before the age of 3 to determine that he was indeed the perfect manifestation of Paramashiva, that he was indeed the next incarnation of Paramashiva, destined to guide humanity. One of these tests included showing to him as an infant a dazzling box of jewelry, inside which was also the sacred Rudraksha energy bead. When this box was shown to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with no hesitation, he simply picked the Rudraksh, ignoring the dazzling jewelry surrounding it, and simply put it on himself, thus confirming to his gurus without doubt that he was indeed the incarnation of Paramashiva. The sacred Rudraksha are the beads symbolizing Paramashiva himself. These were the traditional methods employed to recognize the incarnation in the Hindu tradition. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today stands to revive the Guru Parampara of Hinduism, of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, as it is only through this Guru Parampara that the entire knowledge of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the science of living and enlightenment, is kept alive and transmitted over generations. The Nithyananda Gurukul is the effort of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in this direction of creating enlightened beings through the Gurukul system of education, where the children are nurtured right from their childhood into powerful cognitions, into the powerful cognitions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And they start manifesting the various powers of Paramashiva right from childhood. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in serving this Aushadha Annadhan during this Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam, is reviving the very science of not just vegetarianism, but food infused with conscious energy for enlightenment. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has repeatedly explained the importance of vegetarian food and peaceful coexistence of human beings with all the creatures on the planet. He has explained that even global warming is because of the non-vegetarian industry. And this is confirmed as per the Google statistics as well. Time and again, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has urged that we become what we eat. Anything we eat becomes us. One part of what we eat becomes our bone, our muscle, our flesh, our blood. One part of it becomes our very words. One part of what we eat becomes our thinking. And one part of what we eat becomes our feeling. And one part of what we eat becomes our very being. Our Kundalini Shakti is what is our bioenergy. And we need to understand that the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti, which is important for our enlightenment, is hugely impacted by the quality of food that we consume. When we kill animals for our food and consume that as food, what are all the effects happening to our inner potential energy? And if we eat vegetarian sattvic food, then what happens to our inner potential energy versus if we eat Aushadha-based food, which is food infused with conscious energy, then what is its impact on our Kundalini Shakti? All of this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has repeatedly in detail explained to us for us to understand contextually and move from non-vegetarian food to vegetarian food and ultimately to Aushadha-based food. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained how our flesh has the capacity to store memory. All our memories are stored and recorded in our flesh. You can call it muscle, bone marrow, bone, different names, but it is stored in our body, in our brain, heart, liver, kidney. It gets stored in our own bodies. That is why certain memories, when they are rekindled in you, certain organs of your body get immediately affected. As an example, if you become upset and start feeling depressed, immediately your stomach will be attacked. You will have a stomach upset because the depression attacks the navel center. Your emotions and your body are therefore closely connected because your memories are recorded in your body. Therefore, when an animal is killed, the animal is not going to be blessing you when it is dying. Naturally, it is going to express so much of hatred, fear, anger, unfulfilled desire for life, a deep incompletion. And when it is dying, it is going to release all of these powerful incompletions into its bio-memory, its muscle memory, into its own body, which become poisonous toxins or chemicals. So the basic truth is, when you eat food filled with all these incomplete biomemories of the animal, then your own muscle memory or biomemory is going to be created only out of such food. There are tons of researches available today that prove that the crime rates and depression in the non-vegetarian food-based society is much higher than in the vegetarian food-based society. Surveys also prove that vegetarians are happier people than meat eaters. And the surveys also prove vegetarians are more non-violent in their thinking and feeling and in their actions than their meat-eating counterparts. Study in nutritional journals record that vegetarians have lower incidence of depression, of anxiety, and other mood problems than their meat-eating counterparts. Sharing food is a very important show of love among human beings and even among animals. And we need to understand that our body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism likens eating vegetarian food to having a generator which can handle only 220 volts. Whereas when we have non-vegetarian food, it is like feeding 20,000 volts to such a generator. It will simply blow out. Same way, if our system, which is designed by its very nature for vegetarian food, if it is dumped with non-vegetarian food due to our own ignorance, then it is us who have to face the results. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that man was never a meat eater. Man was always a vegetarian, a fruit eater. Only when man started killing animals to save himself, to protect himself, started thinking that disposing them is a very difficult job, and eating them might be a better way of disposal. And that is the way the first human beings started making their stomach a graveyard for animals, whereas originally we were never designed for meat eating. Our body is designed only for vegetarianism, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says one of the greatest calamities that has happened to humanity is the non-vegetarian lifestyle. The Aushadha Annadhan that is served by Kailasa ecosystems worldwide, which we have been witnessing being served here in Kailasa, Madurai, as part of the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam, is strictly vegetarian food, non-violent food, infused with conscious energy, served with the intention of growing conscious sovereignty in each being who consumes it. The sankalpa, or the conscious resolution behind serving this Aushadha Annadhan, is directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And this is the greatest and best news for those consuming this food. As the living manifestation of Paramashiva, the eternal Sankalpa of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for all human beings is manifesting the space of Shivoham in us. It is only this that will fulfill the purpose of all human beings, bringing them excellence beyond their imagination in the inner and outer worlds. The intention of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly starts manifesting in those eating this food. Merely by consuming this Aushadha Annadhan on a regular basis, human beings can achieve individual peace within them ultimately, which will lead to global peace, as it is only individuals who can lead to the global change. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has gifted to humanity several types of Aushadha. Aushadha meaning substances, items that are energized, infused with conscious energy, that are programmed for radiating specific conscious requirements in human beings and gifted to the whole of humanity. Some of the Aushadha prepared and gifted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity are Aushadha to awaken the Kundalini energy, Aushadha to awaken the third eye to manifest all the spiritual powers of Paramashiva, Aushadha for immortality itself, Aushadha for anti-aging. On the 23rd of October 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the first groundbreaking Putra Kameshti Yajna, employing Aushadha, sacred energy herbs, to enable couples to conceive divine children carrying the energy of Lord Subramanya. It is indeed significant to mention this on this occasion because Devi Meenakshi herself took the human form, walking out of the sacred fire of the Putra Kameshti Yajna performed by her parents, Maledwaja Pandian and Kanchanamala. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted this first groundbreaking Putra Kameshti Yajna, employing Aushadha in Adi Kailasa, Bengaluru, on the 23rd of October 2017, reviving this miracle tradition of Putra Kameshti Yajna, where couples conceive divine children merely by performing this. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessed that these couples would conceive children who would carry the energy of Lord Subramanya, Lord Muruga. He explained that the babies born from this process will carry any one of the three birthmarks, which are a clear mole in the shape of the veil or the spear of Lord Muruga, or the child would carry an extra finger or an extra toe, or the child would have a clear in the third eye spot between the eyebrows. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defined these three as Lord Subramania's Anga Lakshana that can be found on these babies. Anga Lakshana meaning marks on the human body. On the 5th of November 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further unleashed the Dhanakarshana Bhairava Aushadha, infused with the highest wealth-based conscious thought currents. This Aushadha just needs to be applied when going to sleep. It is a huge gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to humanity with his very words. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you will sleep your way to wealth with this Aushadha. On the 3rd of September 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gifted humanity the Aushadha for manifesting the space of Ishvaratva, the leadership of Paramashiva, where your inner space will automatically start functioning with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains how Aushadha products create vibrations that work directly on our physical body, producing a 100% result. the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has also gifted Aushadha for manifesting the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi inside us, where the fundamental thought shaft ceases to exist and we rest in oneness with the whole cause, the space of Shivoham, oneness with Paramashiva. While delivering these various Aushadha products, various spiritual alchemy products, and various methodologies and techniques and teachings to humanity, all for the conscious growth of humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also narrates life incidents of the various rishis, the great saints and incarnations, who form part of Sanatana Hindu Dharma to inspire us, humanity, from the direct roots of their lives and help us understand our own possibilities that we too can achieve. Inspired by the lives of these great beings who achieved enlightenment in their lives, who achieved the Shiva Sayujya, the oneness with Paramashiva in their lives, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism repeatedly describes the life and the life incidents of all these great divine beings to inspire us and to help us understand it is possible for us too. In this field of Aushadha, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has described the life of an ardent Shiva devotee, Kungulikalaya Nayanar, who used to create and spread the fragrant Aushadha smoke called Sambrani or Kunguliyam in Tamil. It is actually an Aushadha with a pleasant smell that if you inhale it, the very non-mechanical parts of your brain will be awakened. The Amritadhara, the nectar, intra-organ on your Sahasrara chakra, your crown center, will simply open up. The Sahasrara will start releasing chemicals, hormones, everything needed for you to be healthy and be connected with Paramashiva. The only work this Nayanar used to do from morning till night was go to the temple for the pujas. The pujas that are offered 6 times in a day, and there he will create the Sambrani smoke, the Aushadha smoke. Paramashiva gives him the space of Kailasa for this service of his, because even that smoke matters to keep the ecosystem alive. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made at least 1,000 Kungilikalayam vessels and distributed it to all the Kailasa ecosystems worldwide, so they may create this Aushadha Sambrani smoke and permeate the Kailasa ecosystems. So the devotees, disciples, followers, and visitors may be able to inhale this Aushadha smoke and receive its benefits in their life. Thus, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains with such historical references the importance of reviving these lifestyle aspects of Sanatana Hindu Dharma for ultimately creating individual peace and global peace. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explains that especially during the satsangs, his global presidential addresses, or his Kundalini awakening processes, if this Kungulayam smoke is created, we will literally experience Kailasa, because the non-mechanical parts of our brain will be awakened and the quality of our consciousness raised by merely inhaling that smoke. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has further explained how to keep our third eye pure and awakened with the use of Aushadha. Our third eye has nerves just like the normal 2 eyes and gets calcified by the neurotoxins that develop because of the poor quality of food that we sometimes eat. The detoxification of these toxins need to happen, and this can be achieved by rubbing pure organic turmeric on our third eye every day before going to sleep. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares such simple yet profound Vedic methodologies employing Aushadha to help us nourish not just our internal organs, but also our intra organs, such as the third eye, and make it continuously conducive for our conscious growth. On the 28th of June 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained the science of money, mantra, and aushadha. Hinduism is basically the science of exploring the multiple possibilities and powers, the opening of the various states of consciousness, and exploring the multi-dimensions of the universe. Paramashiva uses three major methods, the money, the mantra, and the aushadha, for this purpose. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism employs all of these three to reprogram our bio-memory and raise our consciousness. Money means non-invasive spiritual alchemy products. They do not get into your body, but you just keep them near you, like the various mandalas gifted to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, such as the Kali Mandala, the Sadashiva Mandala, and so on. Mantra means the spiritual alchemy processes, where you sit in a mandala, in a circle, where specific lines are on, and specific sounds are generated, and initiation is induced through it, reprogramming your very bio-memory with Paramashiva's space. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts these powerful mandala processes during all his meditation programs worldwide, reprogramming our very bio-memory through it. And the third method, aushadha, means certain sacred herbs, which you can either consume or apply on various parts of your body. And they work directly on your physical body, raising your consciousness. Further, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has revealed the four dimensions of aushadha. The first being the energized herbs that need to be consumed orally. Second, herbs that need to be kept between the teeth or in your ears or in your eyes during the awakening processes. Third, certain mutations or actions that need to be done to your body, such as fire walking, or lemon piercing, or taking bath in turmeric water, or boiling neem leaves and drinking the water. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that even dengue fever can be taken care of through such simple aushadha-based remedies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed the science behind fire walking in temples in the Hindu tradition. He has explained how the depth with which you feel violence and feel violated within you, with that same depth, if you are able to feel sacrifice, commitment, and devotion, then that violence in you will be muted. The actions which you will feel violated when you are forced to do, if you do the same actions voluntarily in the name of devotion, commitment, and sacrifice to any preferred deity or god, it becomes tapas, penance, and it mutates your fundamental instincts. For example, when we go do the fire walking or body piercing, where we pierce our body as per the Hindu tradition with Lord Muruga's spear, what happens is these actions, such as fire walking and body piercing, would normally be felt by us as acts of violence or us being violated. But if we kindle the same instinct with the clarity that we're dedicating it to our preferred deity or God, our Ishtadevata, then when we perform these same acts of fire walking or lemon piercing or body piercing, but with the intense feeling of devotion and commitment on sacrifice to our preferred deity, then it transmutes the feeling of violation and violence in us. This is the science of fire walking and body piercing. And these form the third dimension of aushadha, which is why the tradition of body piercing and fire walking is still so prevalent in all Hindu temples worldwide. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived this tradition of fire walking and body piercing largely amongst his followers worldwide. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself did his first fire walking when he was hardly able to even walk. When as a toddler he had just about begun to walk, he did his first fire walking in the Draupadi Amman temple in Tiruvannamalai, his birth town. Thus, these are of course, the fourth dimension of Aushadha being inhaling certain herbal perfumes just before falling asleep. Thus, these are the four primary Aushadha processes that Paramashiva gives us, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism facilitates for us as the living manifestation of Paramashiva to help us manifest the various spiritual powers of Paramashiva, the state and space of Paramashiva. And this Aushadha Annadhan that we have been witnessing today, that was served in Kailasa, Madurai, as part of the Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam, comes in the first category of Aushadha that needs to be consumed to cause holistic healing in us and raise our consciousness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has explained how when we have vegetarian food, we need to understand that our natural flow, we are going with our natural flow only when we eat vegetarian food. Just the right food, pure food, which is pure by its very nature and pure by the nature of being handled by the right persons, the way the food is brought to you, every single stage of right from procuring the ingredients to make the food, to the way the ingredients are grown, to who handles the food while preparing it, who cooks the food and who serves the food. At every stage, it is significant as it impacts us when we consume that food, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism insists that initiated disciples, those initiated into the science of living enlightenment, should be the ones handling and serving this food. As we have been seeing here in Kailasa, Madurai, it is the initiated disciples and followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who are preparing and serving this Aushadha Annadhan, because their thought currents, their lifestyle have all started aligning to the cosmic principles, right from the clothes that they wear, to the jewelry that they wear, to their lifestyle from the time they wake up in the morning during the auspicious Brahma Muhurta hour to the time they go to rest. They continuously chew on the cosmic principles and powerful cognitions that they have heard as part of the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Therefore, it is important that it is such people who handle and serve the food to us, because then their positive energies, their positive thought currents, cosmic principle-centric thought currents is what gets into the food that is being served to us. And when we regularly eat such food, our biomemory, our bioenergy also awakens to these same qualities. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in explaining to us the impact of food on our consciousness, has time and again described the most famous incident in the Mahabharata, where Bhishma is about to leave his body after the onset of Uttarayana. And Yudhishthira, the eldest amongst the Pandava brothers, comes to him to take his blessings. Bhishma gives him a long lesson on the Rajaniti, how to run the kingdom. And when it comes to the chapter of women's rights and freedom, Draupadi, the wife of the Pandava brothers, unable to control herself, starts laughing. Bhishma Pitta asks her why she is laughing, and she replies, "Oh, grandfather, sorry, but I'm not able to control myself. But what happened to all of your laws, your knowledge, and your teachings when I was abused by Duryodhana and Duschadana, who were disrobing me in your court? Why did you not open your mouth and say even one or two words to them?" Bhishma Pitta replies, "Oh, my daughter, understand, from whoever you eat, from whose hands you take your food, you imbibe their quality. Duryodhana is the king. I cannot speak anything against him. I could have at least walked out of the court to show that I was not happy, but when you eat somebody's food, when you are taken care by somebody, when your basic food is supplied by somebody, you imbibe that quality. That is why in the Vedic tradition, they say you should eat only the Guru's food, because then you will imbibe his quality." Bhishma Pitta continues to explain how Bhagavan Sri Krishna took away all the blood that was in his body created from Duryodhana's food. And this Bhagavan Sri Krishna achieved by piercing his body with Arjuna's arrows. And now only the bone and the bone marrow given by his father and mother is left. And he has regained his knowledge of right and wrong, the Rajaniti, the knowledge about ruling the kingdom. Therefore, food plays a very important role in the way we exist, our qualities, consciousness, and how we experience ourselves, how we experience God, how we experience the world, and how we experience, and how others experience us. Therefore, the science of Aushadha is one of the oldest Hindu sciences, tradition, and lifestyle. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed how the science of Aushadha wakes us up literally, physically. He explains that our mind is established on our brain. It uses the brain to cognize and operate. The physical size and shape and capabilities of the brain matters when we want to live a responsible, mature mental life. And when we eat Aushadha food, there will not be conflict between our body and our mind, because the brain's growth will be so complete that it will be able to hold the highest cognitions of a mature mind. But when we eat altered food, the food-like products that are available today, then we start developing a certain lifestyle, a set of diseases and mental patterns, and we start needing medical attention literally for our whole life. Because of the food-like products consumed today, the brain's capabilities are drastically brought down, and we experience a deep tiredness in our body. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continuously awakens us to such truths related to our lifestyle, and encourages us, and not only encourages us, but provides directly the means of adopting such lifestyle, as we are witnessing today through the serving of this Aushadha Annadhan, where he himself directly makes available such conscious food available to us. Therefore, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, continues to work untiringly for humanity, to enlighten humanity, to revive the Kailasa lifestyle for humanity in all possible ways. We urge our dear viewers, as we come to the conclusion of today's Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam and the seva of serving Aushadha Annadhan to the people of Madurai by Kailasa Madurai, we urge each and every one of you to continue to stay tuned to us as we bring to you this live relay from Kailasa Madurai. Tomorrow we will be entering into day 8 on the grand occasion of the Meenakshi Pattabhishekam, the coronation ceremony, celebrations of Devi Meenakshi. Do stay tuned and receive the direct energies of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi through the grace and blessings of the living manifestation of Paramashiva, who embodies the very energies of Bhagavan Somasundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We conclude today's Chithirai Peruvizha Brahmotsavam celebrations and today's Aushadha Annadhan Seva from Kailasa, Madurai. We conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Nithyanandam.